His granddaughter in
Yeah.
it.
We are live.
We are live.
1 second, 1 second.
Do I want to look into this camera when I do my little... They are all... You are not familiar where all the pueblos are located. Most of them are pretty much along the Rio Grande River in the Rio Grande Valley, from south of Albuquerque up until Taos, which goes into the Rocky Mountains. San Felipe is located about between Santa Fe and Albuquerque, about 2/3 of the way to Albuquerque from Santa Fe. And while they have never had a long tradition of pottery making, because they always traded with the other pueblos that were nearby, Hubert is one of the only people that are producing pots from San Felipe Pueblo. And today what we'd like to do is introduce you to Hubert. And Hubert, if you would like to say hello and tell us a little bit about yourself, that would be great.
I'm from San Felipe. I've been making pottery since the late 80s. I learned on my own. I was inspired by Maria Martinez and watched a film at the Indian Culture Center in Albuquerque. And that's where I was inspired, was from her old films, and from there on.
How old were you then?
Probably like around 21, maybe around that time.
Oh, a late start, huh?
Yeah,
a late start.
But I remember making pieces in school, like when I was in day school, and I made an oven where it was a perfect oven. That my first piece I ever played with clay, and had it fired, And on the way home, I was taking it to my grandmother to have her see the piece. And on the way up the stairs, I fell, and I cried. I cried when every piece broke. It all shattered, and she came out and saw what happened, and she goes, "Well, you'll make more pieces. You'll make more pottery," and here I am.
And
So-
here you are.
Yes.
And you said you were at the day school. Was the day school at San Felipe? Or?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. It was.
And what grades did it go through?
We went from kindergarten to 4th, I think it was. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So it was a small school.
Well,
Yeah.
and who taught you to make pieces?
Just me. From
Just
that
you.
time, and then from there on, I didn't make any pottery till like the maybe mid '80s, I guess, around that time.
Wow.
But it was just more trial and error and playing with clay and working on pieces where I had to learn where pieces were dry, and I didn't know how to do that, so I had to learn on my own on that. So, and
Well,
mixing
Hubert,
clay.
what are you going to do for us today, Hubert?
What I'm working on right now is my holey pieces. I call
Holy
them
moly!
my I call them my space pots.
Your
Yeah.
space pots,
Uh-huh.
but well, there's a lot of space.
Yes. Sometimes the holes are big, sometimes they're small, but it holds a lot of water too.
And if anyone is, if anyone's tuning in right now, if you go to our website and first go to the home page and then to artists and then to Hubert Candelario, you will see the pieces that Hubert has for sale here today. And they appear in descending order of cost, of price. So the ones at the top are the most expensive, and as you scroll down, they go to the lesser expensive pieces. But so Hubert, tell me about what I see in front of you.
This is my holey piece, which I call a space pot.
But I don't see a hole.
That would come later.
Oh.
Once I draw my circles in and then have everything all set and perfectly, centered, I start cutting my holes out.
Now tell me how you got to that stage, because before when the other previous people were here, they came with a big lump of clay, and that looks a little bit nicer than those big lumps of clay. Tell us what you did with it.
With this here, this is all mixed already, but I hand coiled this piece. I formed my pancake in the bowl here that I have here, and then I started coiling the piece. And once I got to the top, I would push inward to make no hole. So it was just one enclosed piece here. And after that, I had to flip it over and make sure the bottom half was uniform too. This is the top half right now. Drew my lines into as a guide. I turn my piece like this here and then mark my lines just to mark a grid line here, and I would draw another line going down just to see where I could put my holes. And from there on, I use a template. Don't know where I put my template. I use the template to mark my circles, and then I go inward to mark my circles, and just to eye it, I hope, I make sure that all my holes are centered and perfect in a perfect spot here. And I flip it over and do the same to the bottom.
So the pot that you have in front of you, you dug the clay from San Felipe,
or the surrounding areas.
the surrounding area, and then you had to clean that clay.
Oh yes.
And how long does that process take?
Usually takes a week.
A week
or so, yeah. Because
And
grinding takes for a lot longer too. When I have to really crush it down.
Well, when you dig the clay, how much do you dig at a time?
I don't. Maybe like a bucket full. I don't get greedy about my clay, that I get, just enough for me to work with, because it takes a while to kind of clean them out, clean on the clay itself. I got to take the twigs out. I got to really get it to a point where there's nothing in there, and then I grind it down. And from there on, I let it, sift it out to make sure that there's nothing in there, no rocks or twigs. And from there, I go outside, at the outside of my house. I get sand from there that I mix with my clay, and I mix like maybe a cup and a half of the sand, a cup that I mix with my clay.
Well, so you don't take a lot of clay when you're now when you cut the holes out of the pots, which you are known for. Do you save the pieces so that you can use them again?
Yes, every clay that comes off a piece, I save it to the side and I mix it or let it dry and grind it back down, or mixed with another batch that I'm going to mix.
So for a normal person who doesn't put holes in their pots, because obviously, I mean, I always tell people, please don't put water inside of American Indian pots, because the fact that they're not glazed, they're not like the coffee cups that you have at home where they can hold liquid, they're porous, and so the water will seep through them. But that's an instruction I never have to give whenever we sell one of your pots, because there isn't a chance in the world that will hold any water at all. If we could go back a little bit to cleaning the clay, is this something you do by yourself, or do you have family members that help you? Or
I do this all myself, yes. And now that my friend is willing, he wants to learn how to make pottery, so he helps me out when we go out and gather clay.
So you go out together. So it's more of a sort of friendship, family affair for digging of the clay. Are there any special ceremonies or things that you do when you collect the clay?
Oh yes, I pray and pray to the spirits, and I thank them for giving me this clay that I get out, and the talent they had given me, and so
you're thankful for the fact that the clay's available to you, but for the income that it may allow you to.
No, not that part.
Not really?
I don't think about that right there at that time. It's just I thank them for giving me the talent and the clay itself, and that nothing bad. It's pretty much I thank them.
Great. Yeah. And then when you get the clay home, what sort of state is it in?
It's pretty much just raw, like what you dig out.
Does it have weeds or roots? Or
pretty much like roots in there, or maybe the cobwebs. That spiders go in there into the crevice, and little things like that. Bugs.
Bugs, yeah. You don't want anything crawling out of those holes that you make, that's for sure. But
they do get in there, they do get in there after I'm done with the piece,
Well, I think it would be far worse if the bugs were in there and they couldn't crawl out of those holes because they were too big.
Maybe a tarantula,
Yeah, maybe a tarantula, why not? And so, and the clay, is the clay damp or is the clay dry?
It's kind of damp a bit, so I have to put it out and let it dry on the floor. I usually do that inside the house. If I do it out in the sun, I keep it and make sure that nothing gets into it.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine if you did it inside the house, it might be a little dusty.
It's pretty much dusty where I live.
Now, do you live on the Pueblo?
Yes. And I used to live in Albuquerque, but I moved home. It's been about 5 years now. And it's kind of hard working there with family because I have a big family. And now that the Pueblo is, everybody's home, yes. And I have a little niece, and she likes to watch what I do, and she's eager to learn too.
How old is she?
She's 6 now. She's 6. Yeah.
Is this the time to give her a little bit of clay?
Yes. So she's played with clay, and I just tell her watch how I work on my piece, and You'll learn.
What I
Yeah.
think is really interesting from my culture's point of view is that in the learning process is very, very different in the Pueblos than it is, say, for example, in an art class in a private school somewhere outside of this area. Because when kids learn, there's all this sort of interference and judgment and suggestions from an adult who's teaching them. Like, well, maybe you'd like to make it a little bigger, or maybe you should smooth it up here a little bit, or maybe it needs a little more color on this area, and the material you're using isn't quite right. But in the case of the Pueblos, the learning process is different because the person who's learning watches.
Yeah.
And they watch, 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 and they watch. And one day, the person who's teaching makes the decision that it's the time to give them some of the materials, and they're pretty much on their own.
Yeah.
And, it's a completely different way of learning, but obviously it's successful because of what it produces, what happens. And how many potters are there at San Felipe?
I think there are, about 9 altogether,
9?
which includes me also.
Yeah. And how many people live there?
I think over 5,000.
5,000?
Around there, I think.
And there are 9 potters.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing was true with Santo Domingo.
Oh.
Over 5,000 people and maybe 7 or 8 potters. And at Zia, 900 people and maybe 4 or 5 potters. And, that's sort of one of the purposes of this gallery, is to make sure that we keep that tradition alive and well, and that people can earn a living so that they don't abandon their talent for making pottery and go be a greeter at Walmart or work in the drive-in window at McDonald's. Instead, to be able to do the things that they love and that they are so talented to do and so expert to do.
Well, the thing is, I've learned something about that where I did work at a convenience store, like a gas station, and I kind of felt like I lost my talent there for a little while. I mean, I was just more concentrating on work than my art, and I felt like I was just being taken away from my work. And I feel like I'm married to my work here, and I've been doing this since, like I said, the late 80s, and I kind of felt like I got lost there for a while. I didn't have that the vision in my head anymore. I just felt like I just needed to get back to my work.
Wow.
And I said, plus it wasn't paying as much as what I get for a piece, and I just went back to my work, and it's been about going on 2 years again now. And
good. I know there was a huge break in time when we didn't see you, and well, welcome back.
Thank you. And I'm glad I'm back making pieces, because I have a lot that I want to put out, and it's up here. I've gone to the point where I started drawing my pieces out, or the design, and now it's like at a stage of drawing designs of hulls of like maybe dragonfly. Well, I've got to do the dragonflies, which finally got out of my head. They flew out, and now they're in my pieces. So that's what I'm working on. And there's a lot that I'm working on. So,
well, it's really interesting, because one of the questions Thomas was asked yesterday is where he gets his designs. And he said that he just starts to paint, and whatever comes, he just puts it down on the piece of pottery. And because of the nature of the materials, if he makes a mistake, he's in trouble, because there's no way to fix it other than to incorporate the mistake into what he was already doing. I asked another potter once where she got her designs, And, you know, she sort of agreed with you, but she said, I copy them.
Uh-huh.
And it was like, what? What do you mean you copy them? Do you have a book? And she said, no, I copy them. And I said, well, where do you copy them from? And she said, my head.
Oh, yeah.
And so
They're there, yeah.
Yeah, and so all these designs are all in your head now, just waiting for you to work on the pot and have us stop talking for a while.
Well, the thing was too, like she said, it's like that with me too, and I never thought I'd get to a point where I would draw a hummingbird. I mean, just looking at, there's hummingbirds in my yard flying here and there, and I said, I'm going to put it down. And it was all up here. And now I drew like designs that were like native design, traditional. And I never thought I'd draw a hummingbird with just designs in my head, you know, or it just came out.
Yeah.
And I have yet to put that on pottery. So you'll see a piece coming up.
Okay, well, I hope we see it in here, that's for sure.
Yes, well, here I'm working on a holey piece, so it's going to be one of those never-ending, you know, pots with holes. But this is what I do here when I make my holey pieces. I cheat, so I use a template here just to mark my holes. But I may have to redo my holes in this here because I want them to look bigger. I want it to look more like the pottery is delicate and very fine, and the holes are a lot bigger, so that way it looks like structured inside and out. So.
Well, you know, we have a bio about you, Hubert, which, you know, for those people that are tuned in, we have hundreds of bios on our website. So if you go to the website and then click on artists, then click on the individual person, and you will get their pieces of pottery. And there's a little button called Tell Me More. And for a great number of the potters there's a little bit of a bio. And with Hubert's bio, there's some information in there about the fact that you were an architecture student.
Yes.
How does that influence what you do?
It's just more structure, what I like to get into. It was just more a technical school, which I feel like it didn't really, how would I say, it was just more basic schooling for to become an architect. And from there on, after I had graduated after that year, it was just as, I should have just went to college instead of a technical school, is how I felt. And when I went looking for a job, it just happened to be where I had to go back to school again. And I should have just...
Should have done it in the first
I should have just, instead of
well,
going...
live and learn, huh?
Yeah, so, but then after that I fell into this here.
Yeah.
I was a bus driver here, and
you were a bus driver?
He was one of my students in the bus, my friend here.
Troublemaker?
No, he was one of the good boys there.
What Hubert is pointing to is off camera is a friend of his that helps him with pottery and is his student, and now is his student yet again. Before, when he was a school bus driver, his friend was, also on the bus. Now, tell me what you're doing there.
I'm putting circles using this template to make the holes, draw the lines in. But what I'm also doing is making sure that the distance between each hole is just right.
And after you draw a line, a hole on it, could you turn it towards the camera and show everyone sort of what you're up to?
Oh, okay. What I'm doing is I put my template there and I draw my circles.
The glass of water there that might be a little bit in the way.
Oh, okay.
It's fine? Okay.
But that's what I do, is I draw my circles just to make sure. I have to do it. Sometimes I have to erase it just by covering that mistake I had just drew on there. So what I'm doing is just making sure that every circle is even and evenly spaced to a point where I don't want one of the how would I say, the piece that's between each hole not thick or thin. I want them all even just to make sure that it looks nice, you know.
And is there also a technical aspect to that because of drying or cracking?
Yes, I have to spray it down with water because once, especially at where I live, I don't have AC. I have to use this and spray it down.
Yeah, I see that. You put a
just to keep it
spraying
damp.
the pot because is it because the surface is drying?
Yes,
And
especially when the air is moving.
Yeah, and you don't want that to happen?
I don't want any, just the dryness, not the cracking, it's just more just to keep it damp, like a leather hard.
Is it because it's easier to work with then?
Pretty much, yes. And then once it gets a little leather, a little drier, there's times I got to cover it too, just to take a break, you know, just for it to kind of mend itself again. So that way it doesn't get too hard. So if I feel that it's kind of getting hard, then I just get a bag and then cover it up. And then take a break there for a while, or start doing my other pieces that I've been working on. And what I've been working on is this hexagon piece that's sitting next to me here, and a lot of other pieces that I work on.
And so that piece that's sitting next to you hasn't been fired yet?
No, it's still in the raw process.
So it must be incredibly fragile.
Yes, very fragile. I've broken pieces where I've I mean, like, to a point where all I need to do is just sign my name and then fire it.
Yeah.
And I fire in a kiln. I don't fire traditionally, but still I have my whole heart in the piece that I'm working on. So it's all handmade.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yes.
Now, you said you have is it an electric kiln?
Yes, I use that. But
and do you do that outside of your home, or do you have a kiln?
I do it inside the home, and it's pretty small. It's not like the large ones that I want to get, so I can do my bigger pieces. But I know how to fire outside, but I like that even glow of the piece after the firing. No fire marks on there, just that orange glow.
Well, the marks that are on, the firing marks that are on pieces of pottery are called fire clouds.
Yeah.
And fire clouds are, really sometimes extremely interesting. And especially at Hopi, they really add to the design and the depth of color of
I love
the
that
pieces
too.
of pottery. But in some cases, like at Acoma, where they do strictly black and white pieces, sometimes with a little color, but mostly black and white pieces, the fire clouds are sort of gray. And the buying public looks at that as a mistake rather than as part of the process. And I love the pieces that are fired outside, and there are only a few people that do it, and a few people that know how to do it, which is really quite amazing. Rebecca Lucario, who's going to be with us later on in this series of demos and sales and conversations, she's one of the few people at Acoma Pueblo that still fire outside, which is great. But I can imagine, Hubert, with your pieces, that you have so much going on in them that you probably, the fire clouds would probably interfere. Now, you put a headscarf on your pot, and why did you do that?
So it doesn't dry quickly. So that's pretty much why I have this. I've been using this plastic for the longest time because, as you can see here,
I can see what color it is.
And I'm just covering it so it don't dry out quick. It's kind of breezy in here, but Draft? Well,
Oh, some of
really,
it's because I'm talking. But that's going to continue on all day, I'm afraid. You can't get away from that.
even with your mask on too.
Even with my mask on.
But I use this all the time, or like I said, I spray, and that way it keeps it damp. I don't want it to dry out to where I can't do anything with it no more, especially my swirl pieces that I work on. And I pretty much use a lot of things just to draw my lines in, my circles.
But what is that tool?
It's just a template, but it has a straight edge here, so that helps me with drawing my lines in, my guided lines.
Uh-huh. And what are you drawing with?
This is a chopstick. Skewer. I use a skewer or a chopstick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so.
So if you ever get hungry, you can, thread on a couple pieces of beef and a tomato and put it on the grill.
Yeah. And that's, one of my inexpensive tools that I use. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because we talked about Ruby's tools, and her tools were one paintbrush that she bought at the craft store, two stainless steel bowls, an old pizza pan, a piece of a broken cup, and from that she made these incredible pots.
Wow.
Now Thomas had a couple pieces of rubber, and he used to start pieces in a basket, but he had a stainless steel bowl too. And the tools, and Ruby had a kitchen knife. And,
I got mine right here too.
Yeah, you have a kitchen knife too? Oh, good. Oh, good. And what else is in that little?
Let me see, my kitchen knife, my chopsticks, my skewers, my paintbrushes, and my paddles that I use. I use a wooden paddle, a rubber paddle here. Toothpicks.
Toothpicks.
Yeah. So I use everything too.
Well, it's really, really, truly amazing. And no wheel, because Native American pottery isn't made on the wheel. When the Spaniards arrived, they brought the wheel with them. But, pottery making is so closely related to the religion that I can't imagine that at any time will the wheel be used in making American Indian pottery, because those people who make traditional pots not only stick with the traditional designs, the traditional shapes, but also the traditional process. And the pieces that we carry in here are only made by that traditional process, not molded pieces, where they pour it into a plaster mold. That's called greenware or ceramic ware, which you can buy in a craft store and then take it home and paint it. There are some potters who skip the process of of actually making the pots, but we don't really carry any of that work. And as far as the wheel is concerned, the only sort of mechanical thing you might see is like the little platform that you have your pot sitting on right now. But mostly, they start off in that bowl called a puki, and then they turn it by hand to add the pieces. The other videos that we did are now on YouTube, and if you go to YouTube and search for Andrea Fisher Pottery, Ruby's demonstration and Thomas's demonstration are there. You can watch. And today, after this is over, Hubert's whole demonstration will be up online. So if you miss anything, or you need to go to the grocery store, you can fill in tomorrow or later on tonight with the part you might have missed. So do you plan the whole thing? Oh my goodness,
Oh,
look at
yeah.
those big
The
circles.
bigger holes, yeah.
Good grief, there's not going to be any pot there at all.
That's what I want to do, is to make it look like it's just being held by force,
Uh-huh.
or just some sort of,
Oh, may the force be with you,
yes.
Hubert.
It's already looking like a little spaceship here.
A million years ago, when you started bringing these holier-than-thou pots in, I had asked you how many you had to make in order to have one survive.
Oh.
And at that point, you said 10. So
Back then, yes, that was like more the easier pieces that I used to do.
Yeah.
But now it's like maybe 1 or 2 pieces that I bring in.
Uh-huh.
And
But how many? But you had to make 10 in order to have one survive the complete process and bring it in here to me. How many do you have to make now to have them survive?
about 3. Yeah,
About 3,
Yeah,
so-
but mainly it's because I concentrate on one piece, and I don't want the piece to dry out.
Uh-huh.
So pretty much my work has gone into putting structure into the piece, like lines that raise the ribbed pieces, the ribbed swirl pieces, or just what I'm doing here too. I can make the simple piece where it's just the bowl itself, and then, glaze it with the mica. But I like to get into the detail, the fine lines, the holes, pretty much structured pieces.
Uh-huh.
And that's what I love doing to my work here. And it's a process, so it takes a while to make one piece. So
Oh, yeah.
now it's like either 3 or 1 piece that I bring in now.
Yeah. But most of them survive the firing process and the drying process?
I would say the firing, but it's between the when it starts drying, or when I'm working on a piece, I may accidentally topple it over or polish it hard, or I forgot to maybe what I used to do was I used to pull my holes out right away, and it would dry uneven, so it'll start cracking and falling.
So you cut the holes and you let them sit there?
Yeah.
And you let them, well, do they ever fall out?
Sometimes, but I just got to put them back in there again, just so that it doesn't dry out in that one section.
Oh, so when you cut a hole in there today, we're not going to be looking through?
No, not right now. Later on, I'll be able to cut the holes out once I draw all my circles in. And maybe between that time, I'll probably be working on this small piece, or maybe mixing some clay.
Uh-huh.
But
So I have a question coming from Cara, and Cara would like to know if the small holy pieces or the large holy pieces, or what is more difficult or challenging?
I think the bigger pieces, yeah. Smaller one, probably about the same, because once I do the smaller ones, those are more delicate. I've gotten to the point where I thought I could do it fast, but no, it takes pretty much the same amount of time when I do my miniatures. And I haven't done any miniatures in a long time. So this is one piece right here that I'm working on, but that's been on and off that I've been working on. But it's about the same time and technique and time that I put my work into any piece that I do.
And so the piece that is unfired, that's sitting on the table, will take you as long as the bigger piece that you're
when
doing?
When I'm working, yes. Like this one here has like a sides to it, so it formed like dimensions of like hexagon, pentagons, and you can see the surface on this piece here. And what I did differently is I pretty much gave it like a design to the flatness of each surface. This is going to take a while to work with. It's very fine, very thin, so I got to be careful with this piece here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it also holds a lot of water too. So, yeah. But this is what I like to work with dimensions too, and it's been a while since I've done a piece like this, but in the bigger size. And this is something new that I'm just playing with. Is my little plate here with holes. And this is a spiral piece that I work on.
Wow.
So this is different. Yeah, a little miniature plate.
Wow.
Or I could, what I'm doing is making it into a necklace too.
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot of things that I'm working with, but it takes time just to put them out. Because I'm the only one person that's working this,
Yeah, you're the only person on the
Yes.
planet that's crazy enough to do it, huh?
I pushed myself to the point where I'm like, let me see how far I can do.
Pretty soon it's going to be like the emperor's new clothes. There's going to be absolutely nothing there, and you're going to say, well, I cut the holes really big this time.
It's like, you can't see it.
You can't see it, right? The holes meet each other.
Yeah. But I like doing that because I like to push myself to a point where, like, is it going to hold? Is it going to be fragile? Or is it kind of like what do you call those eggs?
Fabergé eggs?
Fabergé, yeah. I used to make smaller. That's what I want to get back into, making the smaller ones. I haven't brought one up in a long time.
Yeah,
so
a long time.
Those are pretty fun to make. And they sound very, very thin. I've done a swirl where it's like swirls within a swirl. And it sounds, after the firing, after the whole process was done, it sounded like crepe paper.
Sounded like what?
Crepe paper.
Yeah.
And, like when you rustle a crepe paper, that's what my piece sounded when you just touched it, when you rubbed it. And
wow.
That's the furthest I've gone with a few pieces of my swirls. So that's how delicate my work gets to. But I haven't done those in quite a long time now too. So it's just what I want to put out. It comes out, to whatever it wants to be.
So the pot dictates.
Yep.
Yep.
Especially the small ones too. All my pieces are all different from each other.
Well, I was happy to tell Hubert this morning that the Smithsonian bought one of his pieces last week. And yet another museum where your work is shown. We also sold another one to the Crocker Museum in Sacramento, California, that has an incredible collection. They're building this incredible collection of contemporary American Indian pottery, and there was a show that was on last summer that was absolutely magnificent. And we collaborated with the curator in acquiring a lot of the pieces that were there, and we, meaning my son, my younger son Derek, who is also my partner, and the person who's done all the technical things to make all of this happen. But we had to go out to the opening at the Crocker because of our involvement with it. And when we got there, we were just blown away. We couldn't believe how gorgeous everything looked in the setting that the curator had designed, or with the help of the designers of that museum. And they're going to put, I think they have some of the pieces on permanent display right now, but if you're in the Sacramento area, you might want to check with them, or going to the Sacramento area. Who's going anywhere these days? But I know that Scott, the curator, was talking about having a permanent display of contemporary American Indian pottery, and then pulling them out whenever necessary to do shows, because some of the pieces were absolutely outrageous. But now, Hubert, what other museums?
The Peabody Museum out in Maine.
In Boston?
Boston, yes.
Uh-huh.
Let me see.
The Herd?
I think the Herd, yes. And the Indian Culture Center in Albuquerque.
Uh-huh.
The Denver Art Museum has one of my pieces up there, my bigger holey pieces.
Uh-huh.
Not sure where else.
Well, you're famous. or infamous.
I don't want the paparazzi to hear that, so.
Oh, I know, they'll be just chasing you down.
Yes.
They'll be knocking at your door. You won't be able to walk around the house in your jammies.
I'll keep my shades drawn.
Your shades drawn. But your work appears in lots of books too, which is great. So
on what again?
it appears in books.
Oh yes, Anasazi from Anasazi to Zuni.
Yeah.
Is one of them.
Yeah.
One of
Pottery
them,
making A to Z.
and another one called Changing Hands, which I went out to New York City for a show they put up. That was fun.
Yeah.
I had a great time there.
Changing Hands, Art Without Reservation, it's
Yes,
called. Contemporary American Indian Pottery, and it started at the, it was called the Museum of, the Crafts Museum.
The Crafts Museum, yes.
And then they changed their name to the Museum of Art and Design.
Oh, I didn't know
And then
that.
that show traveled, and it went from the show in New York to the Heard Museum, and it was really strange because they were in two completely different venues, and it looked so different from venue to venue because of the way that the building that it was in, first of all, and also the way how the curators decided to display it. And then after that, it came here to Santa Fe. To the art museum that is on the plaza, and I guess it traveled for maybe 3 to 4 years.
See, I made a mistake here. I put the circle a little lower than where I
Can we
was.
see what Hubert's doing? Fixing it up, huh?
Yeah. So I just erase it with my fingertips here. And then draw it back in. As you can see, I have a grid that I put onto the pots, so those are my guidelines. Usually when I'm doing this, I listen to my music. I like to listen to dance music, electro, dark wave, pop from the 80s, classical. I like jazz. No country, sorry. I don't get into country. It makes me go to sleep. But as a kid, I used to listen to classical music every morning, and my family thought I was weird. But I kind of moved on with a classical. But now I'm into just an array of every type of music now, but no country. What do you listen to?
What do I listen to?
Yeah.
I try to listen to the sound of my own snoring because so much of my time is taken up with the gallery, and also I am a plant freak and have a greenhouse at home with maybe 600 cactus and succulent plants in my greenhouse. So they take up a little bit of time. And I also live in a house that was built in the 13th century,
Nice.
which was originally one of the many abandoned pueblos during the Pueblo revolt. And then, the King of Spain gave one of those Spanish conquistadors the pueblo, something that he didn't own, and the Native Americans that lived there were assimilated into some of the other pueblos in the area, and the house stayed in that family until the 1930s. And there were 3 owners, including myself, there. And I've been there for 46 years. Oh my God, 46 years. And I mean, keeping up a historic house that is 650 years old sometimes can be a real challenge. And the fact that it's mud plastered on the outside and on the inside, it's, you know, every time I see the sky get dark and know we're going to have a big rainstorm, I think about how much mud plaster I'm going to lose off the outside of my house. And of course that does happen, but you know, every year you just keep patching it up, and luckily there are still people who know how to do that. And you know, I feel like I have a real commitment to keep that house as historic and original as possible. I'm sure you could nail some aluminum siding on the outside of it, or even put stucco on it, but that's something that I would never do. Anyway, so those things keep me busy, as well as friends and movies and restaurants and traveling. I love to travel the world. So
I remember when you went to, where was it? Africa, was it?
yeah, I've been to Africa lots of different times.
Ah.
I'm crazy about the animals. And you know, now I read in the news, it just breaks my heart, because I've been to Botswana 4 times to see the animals. And how can you not fall in love with elephants? I mean, they are the biggest, most kindly creatures in the universe. And how they treat each other and how they treat their youngins is just absolutely amazing. And there's some kind of disease that is killing them off in huge numbers in Botswana, young and old. And they still can't figure out what is going on, so it kind of breaks my heart.
I thought it was people that were killing them off, but now it's a disease.
No, I mean, the elephants they're finding dead, or they still have their tusks. They're not being poached. And you know, in Africa, in my opinion, Botswana is the great success story, because they have figured out a way to make their ecotourism work for not only the government, for the visitor, for the people who own the tourist, you know, that have the tourist industry, and for the animals. And to see those elephants, you know, lying in piles dead, is just absolutely horrible. But yeah, I
That's
like
sad.
Africa. And that between the animals and also all the succulent plants that come from Africa, 2 of my, you know, my major interest in the cactus and succulent plants, that it's always a really good place to go. And besides, I like third world countries. I like the people in third world countries. I always tell people the reason that I like Mexico so much is because it's just full of Mexicans. and they're really, really nice people. So anyway, that's
I've only gone to Tijuana. I got chased around there with my friends. It was kind of wild, but we survived.
You survived. You know, the border towns are really very, very different than the interior towns.
I have yet to go, you know, further back into Mexico, which would be nice to, you know, check out.
And the crafts that come from Mexico are just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, there's so much variety. And when the Spaniards showed up in Mexico, what they did is they tried to make each one of the villages have one craft that they were known for. So there are towns like San Antonio de Cobre, and it's St. Anthony of copper, and they make copperware there. Everything from pots and teapots and sinks and just about anything you could make out of copper, and lots of other villages where Some embroider, some weave, and lots of them make pottery, but each one of them is in a completely different style. And, you know, it's fun to be able to go from village to village and see sort of everything people make rather than walking into some gallery or some crafts place and seeing just a little sampling of each one of the villages.
I like how they polish your ware too.
Yeah, well,
the black,
you know,
yes.
their pots have glazes on them, which is very different from what we see here in the Native American pottery. And part of the reason was that they really didn't have the technology to make glaze, because effectively it's glass. And they didn't even have glass for windows. And
realize.
what Hubert will talk to you about later on is about the micaceous slip that he puts on his pots. But mica occurs naturally in sheets, like flagstone. And what the Native Americans would do is use that mica for window material because it's translucent. And so they could go further back into the cliffs, or they could have rooms behind rooms and still get a little bit of light into them. And now the mica is ground up and used as either as part of a clay body, or it's used as a slip, which is what Hubert does
what I have here, yes.
on his...
You can see it sparkle.
Ooh, glitter, 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 glitter.
Oh, that's my clock.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
I got to a point where I started timing. I mean, like, when I really get into my work, I mean, like I said, time flies. And it's already lunchtime now.
Yeah, there we go.
But then I end up passing lunch, and then I just sit here and keep playing with my pots, you know.
Yeah. So what I see are a lot of big circles around the widest part of that pot.
And this is the bottom piece here. I not put domes in my piece where I push inward, and I'm doing that now with my newer pieces, all my pieces that I work on, even the smallest piece.
And you do that as part of a tradition?
It's been done before with like Acoma pieces. I like them when they have the dome inside. But mine used to just be flat to a point where I just used to try to keep it even, but after firing it kind of wobbles. So I put this in there now just to keep it safe from falling, rolling.
That dome that occurs in big water jars was so that the water could be carried in a pot on a woman's head. And it fit her head a lot better because most people, the tops of their heads aren't flat. And so it fit the head a little bit more. But when we have someone from Acoma, Pueblo, which we are going to have tomorrow, I'm sure Paula Esteban will be able to tell you a little bit more about the domes and collecting water at Acoma, Pueblo, and how it was really necessary to have the pot on your head because the water sources were down below the village and you had to climb down the cliff, and you needed 2 feet and 2 hands to get up and down. So how do you get the water? The only other appendage that you could put it on was your head, and having the pot fit on your head a little bit better made it a little easier. But we'll get to that tomorrow when Paula is here. Now, San Felipe, that I've read, didn't make a lot of. There weren't a lot of potters there ever.
There was a lady there that her name was Montoya Martinez, I think, or I forget. But she made pottery, but it was more like. I think she was. Her drawings were more like aware of plants that lived grew around the area.
Uh-huh.
And
That's how she decorated them?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that was like the bee plant and some other plants that grew around there. And animals like a duck. And she made like little cups, bowls. But I haven't really, I never knew who she was, but I've heard about her. And then now seeing her pieces out there, I kind of like was inspired also by her work, that she's done pieces, and she was only the one that was known for making pottery.
Yeah. What my understanding is from what I've read, that San Felipe, because it was close to the Rio Grande, they could grow foodstuffs, and Zia, which was much higher up and further away from a continual water source, that Zia made pots, and San Felipe San Felipe were farmers, and so they traded, and it made life a whole lot easier. But the traditional forms that were made were large storage jars and really big pots where you would keep grains, flour, corn for the winter. Then there were the smaller sort of jar shape was a water jar used for collecting and storing water. And please don't ever put water in your American Indian pots, because there are no glazes on them and water will seep through them. And while traditionally they were used to store water, that if the pot disintegrated, because it eventually would, because they're porous and the water would seep through them. And also because of evaporation, the water would cool, and so it was almost a means of refrigeration where you could get a cool drink of water. But when pots were, when the water leached through for a long period of time, the pot would eventually be destroyed. And that's the same thing that will happen to your pots if you put water in them. And I'm talking to you, the people that are tuning in. And not only will it destroy the pot, but it might destroy the furniture that the pot is sitting on as well. And the people who, actually use them, well, they could go home and make another one. And my guess is everybody out there that owns an American Indian piece of pottery is incapable of making one on their own. So please, no water inside the pots. And then some of the other shapes were, they had big bowls that they would use for washing their hair. And they're cactus and succulents that grow in this area, and aloe grows in this area. And that was the best shampoo. And now you look on the market, and it's sort of a come on that a shampoo brand has aloe in it. Well, that's what the Indians used since the beginning of time to wash their hair. Do we have a question?
Yeah, we do have another question for you. We have one from Cara again, and it says it looks like you placed the holes on the grid when designing the pots.
Yes.
But they look very randomly placed on your completed pots. Is that the goal in your design?
What I do is mark my holes on a grid, yes, and when I sand my pieces, when I'm sanding, I kind of if I did make a mistake in my drawings that I put on there, I kind of even it out while I'm sanding, so that way between the structure that's holding the piece itself will stand out as all even.
And then I have another
But,
question.
well, hang on a second, Derek. I think what the question is now it looks what you're working on now, and the one that's down on the table looks like those holes are very symmetrical and line up in the grid. But the ones that you have on display here for sale, it looks like the holes are more random. And I think it's just the intention of the design that you are putting on, what that design in your head at the time. Because the holes don't move around.
No.
At least we hope not.
But well, this piece here is more the type of work I love doing, the space within the space. I call it my space holy pot, or just pot with holes. But I like this design because it gives it more of a contemporary design, and I like to see the structure inside when I sand inside. And it forms like octagons, hexagons inside also. And
I hope that answers the question.
and then this one here, I mean, the other piece I have on display there, those are just by random. You know, I work with the holes that I put in. I put my bigger holes in, then I mark my little,
So you
little
fill
holes
the
around.
spaces with the, you just put the bigger holes in first, and then they get smaller and smaller
yeah.
to fill the spaces.
And I try to look at it as what little hole will fit in this spot here, so that way all the walls itself are being held by circles. Or sometimes I, you know, I give it like a design too when I put in my circles. So I kind of like pretty much every piece is different, but then also too is I try to look at the structure that I put my holes in.
And I have another question for you, Hubert. Is there a traditional San Felipe pottery style? Is your own work influenced by traditional styles, or are you just all contemporary?
I like traditional. You know, I have a piece that's sitting out there that I did back in the days, like in the 90s. And that piece I've worked with slip from San Felipe along the side of the mesa. I picked at a vein of clay that was kind of showing at the base of the mesa there, and I use that. And I still have some, but I haven't gotten back to making the same traditional piece that I have sitting there. And back in the days when I first started working with Andrea here, when I used to sell my work to, she worked at the museum in, oh, there you go, another museum, right?
Yeah.
The Wheelwright Museum. And that's where I met her, and from there on, we're still here.
We're still here. Oh, God, that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, so.
God, we're old.
See, that's about the time I started working, I think, on my pieces. And every piece I brought in, it was crude. I mean, it didn't look perfect or anything. I'm not saying all my work is perfect, but I sold pieces that were not so good. But as I kept playing with clay, my work has evolved, and here I am still doing something different. But that piece is like one of my older styles. Slip with.
You know, that's the mark of a true artist, where you continually try to stretch towards the horizon to make things, whether it's bigger or better or colorful or more difficult to do, but you continually try to improve. And every artist says, you know, I look at that stuff that I did 25 years ago, and how in the world, you know, why would anybody have bought that? I can do so much better now. But that, you know, that's what will happen your entire life. So keep it up. Keep stretching away, Hubert.
Yeah. But I tell myself too, when I see that piece, is like, how did I do that? I mean, I still amaze myself sometimes. And I say, well, I'm going to try and do another piece like that, but I haven't because I'm still evolving with my work here.
So you're not doing traditional San Felipe, or are the pieces that you're doing now with the holes and the swirls, are they influenced by traditional San Felipe pottery?
I think it's influenced by when I used to live in California. I saw art out there, you know, and it was very pop, I guess, or the then, you know, like the 60s had circles everywhere, and psychedelic, I guess. And, you know,
We lived in the same place.
I like doing something just so different, you know, and this is where I fell into. But my older pieces is like, they're like more, that's San Felipe for me, you know, something I came up with, and it stuck. So that design there is my design. And I should have brought one of my older pieces too, where it's just a bowl with that design on there. And I called that my lightning pot, wasn't it? With the zigzag on there.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time since I made that piece, so I want to try it again, and hopefully, hopefully I'll make another.
That piece we have is on a secondary market. It came from a collector, and we had to show it now because it's interesting to see how the evolution happened. I don't know if there's anything in between what you're doing now and that. Maybe if there is something that you worked on, maybe you could tell us about it, and we can maybe visualize it, and even tell us a little bit about how San Felipe pottery influences what you're doing now.
What I also did before the painting here with cream green color before the firing, I used to burnish my pots and use clay itself as a slip. And those I haven't done in a long time too. But I've gotten to the point where my burnishing has really gotten shiny and no scratches. And I do that once in a while with my pieces. I use the red clay and then I put the speckles of mica on there to give it a different texture.
Yeah, well, you know, if nothing else, the process of digging the clay and cleaning the clay and coiling the pots and smoothing the pots and sanding the pots and firing the pots are all part of the tradition. It's just that the product looks a little different, but the process is the tradition, I think, that you are accomplishing with your pieces.
And the new thing I put into my pot is, this is my new, well, not my new, but I've been doing this, is I put a hole at the base of my pot, but inside the dome. And that's one of my signatures I put into my pieces. I am looking for a...
So you sign it now?
No. It's just, the hole I put in there is just a signature. Of a trademark that I put in there.
And do you do that on your swirl pots too?
Yes, I started doing that.
That's great, because then anyone who's tempted to put water in it, it'll just run right out. Hallelujah, what a good idea. We should put a hole in the bottom of a whole bunch of these. Now if we see pots with holes in the bottom, we kind of reject them.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be there.
But this is what I do. I put a little hole there. And then sign my name around the rim of the inside of the piece. After I'm done with the whole process, and like we were talking about earlier, was where when I lose pieces, I mean, all I did was I just needed to sign my name, and it cracked, or I hit into it or something. And, you know, or like if I'm going to put it in the kiln and I accidentally topple it over, I mean, the whole thing breaks apart. And I'm like, I used to get to the point where like, oh my gosh, you know, I used to, you know, hate myself there for a while, but now I'm used to doing that now. You know, if a piece breaks, I just make another.
Yeah. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, Hubert, you gave me a couple broken pieces, which I have on a shelf in at my house, and I mean, they're lovely in themselves, but I'm sure that if you saw them today, they might bring back some horrible memories of something breaking after you did all that work.
Oh no, not anymore, because a piece I was showing out there too. This was during the Indian market at a place where I was just showing my wear just for that day. A piece was stolen.
Was stolen?
Yeah, it was just stolen from my table, and I was like, who took that piece? Yeah. But, you know, it's out there somewhere.
Somewhere, we hope. Hope they try to put water in it.
No, it was just like the broken piece of one of my holy pots. Yeah. So So, you know, I guess somebody found that attractive too, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, for those people that are watching, I mean, how long has Hubert been at this? For what, an hour? Over an hour?
So now?
And you can see how much he's done, and that we didn't talk about, we talked about the part of the process that takes the most time, which is digging and cleaning that clay. And that, you know, is the most time-consuming part. And the time it takes to actually make and decorate a pot is short compared to the collecting and the cleaning of the clay. And when you think about the countless hours that are put into these pots, and then you look at some of the prices on them and think, you know, my goodness, you know, the hourly rate is really low. And most potters I know work, you know, 7 days a week, every day, sometimes all day. And
or all night, till the morning comes,
there you go, all night.
All night till the sun comes up sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I know Thomas Tenorio, who was here yesterday. I've called him a couple times at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was just getting out of bed.
Yep.
Because he's an all-nighter too.
That's me, yes. With my music blaring and everybody's asleep. I hear people snoring in my family, but thinking that I keep them awake, but no, they're fast asleep. What I'm doing right now is just covering up my little grid marks, kind of seeing if everything is okay, you know. Just smoothing it out, and then I'll cut my circles out.
Well, if there's anyone out there that has any questions, or if we didn't answer your questions completely enough, please don't hesitate to email us, or however it is that you submit questions. And if you're interested in purchasing any of Hubert's pieces,
or taking orders.
We're reachable by email, and there's information on how to do all that. And today we have Becca and Jen. When you hear on TV, operators are standing by, well, Jen and Becca are standing by and can help you in any way, or anything else that you might see on our website. But these Santa Fe Live demos and conversations have really been fun. We got a couple really interesting emails yesterday. One of them said, "Oh, I was just enthralled and I was watching it all day and all those pesky customers got in my way." And another person said that they didn't get anything accomplished, nothing at all, because they were just glued to the screen watching what was going on here. So that's really fun.
Oh, I do that too. I get stuck to the screen.
Get stuck to the screen is right. Oh, tell me about San Felipe and the pandemic.
Oh, well, pretty much everybody is. I mean, we get locked in at a certain time, and I don't like that because I like to go out whenever I want to go out of the village itself. But that's just the one thing.
You know, you not only do you do that for yourself, but you do it
but for
your
everybody.
Community.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I do get selfish there, but yeah, but it's for everybody. For my family especially too, because I don't want them to get sick.
Oh no. Have you had many cases there?
We've had how many so far of COVID there on the reservation? Yeah, 52, I think it was. Yeah.
52 out of
Yeah.
5,000 people, that's not too bad.
And then for a month, we didn't have any, which was good. But then 7 people came down with it after everybody was out,
Yeah.
and they shortened the lockdown again. And hopefully everybody's okay now.
Yeah.
You know.
What does the lockdown mean? After a certain hour, you can't
A
go
certain
out?
hour, like 6 o'clock, they close the entrance. The main entrance. We have 2 or several exits and entrance to the village itself, and we only have one in and out.
One in and out.
Yeah, and
Can't sneak out the back, huh?
no, everything's locked up there. We're all locked up,
No.
like animals here, but no. But it's for good.
It's for good, is
Yeah.
right. Now, Ruby said that she is assigned Tuesdays to be able to go out of the Pueblo to go
Oh, that'll
shopping
be hard.
and,
Yeah.
and to do it. And she came here on Tuesday because that was her day to be able to leave Jimenez Pueblo.
Oh.
And do you have that sort of thing too? How do you go to the grocery store?
Before, it's like after like a certain time, if you have to get up earlier and leave earlier, you have to have a slip from your doctor or from your work, just to come in and out. So that's just one.
Otherwise, you
Yeah.
have to stay there?
Yeah.
Wow.
And for him, he has to live. I mean, he lives out of the village, so it's hard for him to come and go. But
Hubert's referring to his friend Dwayne, right?
Dwayne, yes,
Dwayne, who came with him, who also does,
learning.
is learning, right. And
So I have a question from Randy for you, Hubert.
Okay.
Do you ever think of using different clays or adding different minerals to the clay that might give a different color than the red that you currently have?
I've been thinking of using. It's kind of like a mica, but it's black, and we use that for buffalo dancers, and they call it chamuna. And I used to.
how do you use it for buffalo dancers?
They use it for the color of their face, which is black, and it's all glitter. And I used to get that in the caves of Golden, behind
Golden, Colorado?
here in.
Golden, New Mexico.
Yeah, Golden, yeah.
Near Albuquerque.
That's between Albuquerque and Madrid, or how do they call it too?
Madrid. They obviously have never been to Spain.
But it's back there in the mines. It's where I used to collect.
We see what this looks like now.
So what I'm doing is just getting rid of the grid here, because sometimes when I sand, even when I smooth it out, it comes out. You could see it barely when I, start sanding.
And I'm sorry I interrupted you. And the black, you were thinking about doing what with it?
Using it as a slip also, like I do with my mica, to give it that black where instead of having to fire in a kiln, outdoors to get the black. I want to use that mica or the black mica without having to fire outside. And that's one thing I want to try out sometime.
But I can't imagine you using clay from other places.
I've used mica itself from up north, from Nambe area, Taos area. But back then I got it from, what's his name? Ortega. He's gone, so I got to go out there and seek it for my clay sometime. And
So I have another question for you, Hubert, which is from Toby. And he's asking about the swirl pieces, and do they have a uniform thickness, or are they more tricky to fire without breaking, or what's more tricky to fire?
It's pretty much, the thickness is the same thickness I put in my pots here too. I mean, very thin. I don't like the heavy pieces that I see out there. I like the fine pieces. And when I do the swirls, you can see the swirls inside from the pressure I put into my pots, it forms a swirl inside too.
So do you make the pot and then cut out the swirls? Or do you make the swirls as you go? Or do you push them from the inside out?
I push them from the outside in.
From the outside in? Okay.
I kind of use, what I use is my chopstick to push my lines in. My very expensive tool there.
Your very expensive tool. Did we now say that your pots are made in China now that you use chopsticks?
No, from a guy that looks Asian, I guess. You know.
From a guy that looks Asian, right?
Filipino is what I get sometimes.
Yeah.
But I use that. But when I do my swirls, I mark my grid using this here or this here. But I also use my grid marks, and I form my swirls up like that from top, and then I flip it over and do the bottom half the same way. And then from there on, I spray it down, cover it, and leave it there for a day, and then get back to it again, maybe like in the evening, and then I start pushing in my lines that I put in. And I pinch and pull my ribs out, and I keep pushing with my stick inward to form my fine ribs.
So if we cut one of those swirl pots in half, like you would cut a grapefruit in half, and opened it up, the swirls that are in the pot, they would be the same thickness from the point that's in the back to the point that's in the front.
Yes.
Okay.
All the way through, especially when I get to the center part, I use my toothpick to get the fine details to it too. So that's what I like doing, is to fine detail to the center of the piece, top and bottom.
So it's not as though they're thinner where they recede into the pot and thicker as they come out. It's uniform all the way around.
Yeah, all the way around.
Toby, I hope that answers your question. I had no idea because I've never seen one of those broken, and I hope to God I never do.
What I used to do back in the days was I used to make the piece first, draw my lines, and then add the coil. And that was heavy. Those are heavy pieces that I I used to do that. But now they're very fine and thin and lightweight, like paper. And
well, you know, Helen Shupla, who was at Santa Clara, Pueblo, she was the one who really started the whole idea of melon pots because, you know, what's native to this area? Squash and beans and corn. And some of those squash are really interesting, and that, you know, that sometimes they're called squash pots as well as melon pots. And her technique was that she would make coils that were of uniform thickness, almost like it was a cylinder going up. And then with her fingers on the inside, she would push those the melon arches out from the inside. And that, so that the clay was uniform in its thickness. It's just that it was stretched in and out and in and out for that melon design. And most people now that do melon pots, they make a thick pot, and those pots are usually quite heavy, and then they carve the melon, what would you call them? Not striations, but melon sections in the pot. They carve it away rather than having them being pushed from the outside, from the inside. I would imagine that pushing them from the inside can be really problematic, especially if you have fingernails, when you just push right through it.
I've done that before.
Then you'd have holy pots, like
maybe that's where I started doing my holy pots, when I pushed too far.
When you pushed too far, that was the inspiration. You know, why not do it on purpose rather than by accident and ruin what you were working on?
I mean, like just playing with my clay, I, just marked my lines to where, on a piece of clay just to play with it. I said, well, maybe I can just start doing like finer ribs like this and see how this works out. And I've gone to that point where all my ribs are fine, with that deep crevice in there, the pointed.
That deep crevice.
And a pointy rib on my pieces. I've done the smooth ones too.
You could cut yourself on how sharp those edges are.
They're like pretty clean. It's like a pretty clean cut,
Yeah.
Very fine.
Have you ever thought about doing a combination of swirls and holes?
Yes. That one here is, I mean, I wanted to bring it, but I've had to submit it to the market because it got to the second level, I guess. So that piece is one of 5 other artists that was chosen. So it's going to be in the market show.
Good.
And hopefully wins a prize, the next prize.
Yeah.
Maybe the best of show, I don't know.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. I'll go light a few candles.
And you've had the first pieces that I've done that with with the ribbed.
And the holes.
And the holes, yes. And those ones went fast. So I have yet to bring some more up here, and hopefully by next week.
Good.
When everything kind of slows down to where I can just concentrate more on what I'm doing, and other things at home too.
Oh, good. Yeah, all kinds of things at home. We have another question?
So we have a question, and it's about the plate that is on the table, the little plate.
This here?
The little guy, yeah.
This is something I'm just playing with. It's my mica pendant. But what I've did so far was after one of the pieces is fired with the mica on there, I got like kind of like a necklace that I roped through it, and it's cute. I mean,
it's cute.
I have 2 of them, and you might want to get to Art Span, and I have 2 pieces of that on my site. But this is the next one that I'm working on.
Wow.
Well, we might have somebody who'd like to buy one. So.
Oh, okay. You'll have to go to Indian Market and start from there and look my name up. And that's swaya.org. SWAIA.org. And hopefully here too. With the pendants, but more you do the pottery. But,
we're pottery people and also container people, not just pottery people, but container people. Although yours can't contain very much.
I think I sold you a water jar one time. But that was like up over at the wheelwright, I think.
That's when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. That's when you sold that one to us. But
what I'm doing now is like I'm going to cut my holes out, and I'll show you how I do that. I use an X-Acto knife to cut my holes, and I gotta be careful too.
Oh yeah.
Can you see? Yeah, you can see. Oh, I think I need my other pair of glasses. Here it is. I'm gonna look like a.
Hey, we're all getting old. We're all getting old, aren't we?
Yes, I got it. Really.
Now, are they just magnifying glasses?
These are my magnifying glasses right here. Reading glasses, and these are my prescription glasses.
There's a great website called readers.com.
Oh, I have yet to get that.
Yeah, and readers, usually you go to the drugstore and they'll go all the way up to 3.0. Or maybe even 3.25 if you're getting really blind. But
That's me.
They go in quarter increments. So they start at 0.25 and then 0.50 and all the way up in the drugstore to about 3.25. But readers.com goes up to 6, which means if you're really having trouble seeing little tiny things. And they have really fun styles. So if you need to get them a little stronger, I would recommend that website.
I have to get there. I mean, I have to get some from there.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, that way you won't have to wear 2 or 3 or 4 on top of each other.
No, I need to get glasses where it's like I need my reading bifocals on there.
Uh-huh.
I had that where it was like with no lines and I couldn't adjust my eyeballs.
Wow.
I needed one with where I can see through.
So that's a glass of water that you have there that you're dipping that X-Acto knife into. Does it just make it easier to cut?
Yeah, where it can slip and slide.
A little slippery.
Uh-huh.
And it's interesting that you leave the circles in the holes and let them dry that way.
Yeah, I had to learn that, and I had talked with this one artist too, and it's better to do that so that way it doesn't dry on one side when I pull them out.
Uh-huh.
It's best to keep them in there so that it's all even. I mean, it's still all the same dryness throughout the whole piece. So I just cut my hose. Got to be careful too sometimes where I don't overcut or not cut along the line there. And that's where I got my pendant design from, was using the little holes I cut out. And when I pull them out, you'll see the thickness of the piece from each circle.
Honey, you're in the background. That's honey that everybody might be looking at. Oh, and there goes Stout too.
He wants to be in the pictures too.
Yeah, he sometimes can be a helper. But we do have 2 gallery dogs, and people always ask, oh my goodness, how much have they broken? Well, they haven't broken anything.
Oh, they're good dogs then.
Yeah, they're really, really good dogs. And Honey looks like she has this enormous tail, but it's really this funny little skinny tail that has lots and lots of hair on it. And so she becomes effectively our feather duster.
Yeah, I sometimes watch my friend's dogs when he's at work. Corbin and I call her Mama.
Yeah.
And Corbin is a black retriever. And he's a big dog. Oh my gosh. And I mean, like, I hear they cut their tails off because I guess for pedigree, I guess, or because they're his tail just wags, and when it hits you, it's like a bat hitting you.
A bat.
Yeah, that dog is just. I mean, it's a puppy still, but it's a big dog. But I take care of him, and when I'm at my friend's house, and Corbin starts playing with me where he wants to go out and then he wants to come back in, and within the 10 minutes he wants to go back out again and then go back in. So I know when they're playing with me, when they want to go out. But,
so I have another question from Cara. Cara would like to know is when you cut out the circles, do you use them for your pleats?
Oh yes, the small little, I started using them for my little pendant there. And that's something new I'm playing with.
And Hubert, when it's a convenient time, maybe you would like to spend a few minutes going over to the pieces that you have on display here that are for sale, and just talking a little bit about them.
Okay. Maybe after I'm done cutting all the holes out, and then just closing up, and then.
Okay.
I'll
That'll be fine. Sure, whatever works for you and for the pot.
Okay. My voice is starting to sound raspy here.
Oh, yeah?
That's when I'm very in thoughts and talking, you know. I don't want to make no mistake.
Oh, boy, that's for sure. So how long have you been doing these holy pots? Because I'm sure it's trial and error.
Forget when it was. I say like the late 90s, like 97. No, I was doing swirls back then at that time. Yeah, probably about the late 90s.
Late 90s.
Uh-huh.
And you took time off.
Well, for work sometimes.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then,
but you know, when you weren't making any pots at all.
and just, I guess trying to find myself too with my work. I kind of like didn't do nothing for a year, I think it was. I think I was living in Albuquerque then. And just moving, you know, from place to place. And my younger years, when I just wasn't really into my work, but just the dancing and, you know, hanging out scene, you know, with my friends. But I'm glad I'm back with my work here.
Well, what do you do for fun? I mean, of course you can't leave the Pueblo now, but...
Dance. I mean, I would go out to the club and dance.
Oh, yeah?
That was the one thing I liked doing, was dancing. Get rid of my my fat around my waist, and dance all night till closing, and then go home.
And go home.
Yeah. But that's all gone. No one goes out. Pretty much everything is closed.
Yeah.
But even before that, I just stayed home and did this here.
Well, you know, we're so lucky we have a governor
Oh, yes.
who makes us behave.
Yes. I'm glad.
Which
Thank
is
you.
Great. I mean, that's the least we can do for all of our fellow New Mexicans is
And
behave.
our Pueblo governors too.
And and the Pueblo governors too, absolutely. And I think really they have the best interest of the people here, so it's really wonderful. I know that there for a while it was really kind of scary because, you know, we sit here in the gallery and we have all these big windows and we could see out into the street, and it was just group of people after group, and nobody had a mask on, and all the license plates of the cars that were parked along the street were from like Texas and Arizona. It scared the bejesus out of us because we now, you know, they're suffering the consequences of that behavior. But here in New Mexico, we're pretty good about behaving ourselves.
It's okay, you know. It keeps everybody safe, which is good.
Well, you know, the map this morning that was on TV about COVID cases, the whole sort of Midwest and western part of the United States was all bright red, except for one state that was a completely different color, a good color, not a bad color like red. And it was just us. So hopefully we will keep
Changing
keep
color
going
there.
in that direction. I know that the Navajo reservation in the northwest corner of New Mexico has been really, really hard hit. And more than half the cases in New Mexico, including the deaths, were all from that corner. But, you know, part of that was the Native American traditional living, where you live with your family and your family stays together.
And it's like that in the Pueblo too.
Yeah.
The Pueblo. But I saw.
Have you been tested at all?
Oh yes, twice so far.
Twice.
And all negative still.
Yeah, Ruby had been tested 3 times and Thomas twice. And so, yeah, the governors seem to be doing a good job of keeping tabs on their flock.
But we're all doing good now.
Good.
Staying trying to stay home, but
It's really hard.
so that's why my yard is looking pretty. Yeah.
Me too. Lots of flowers, lots
Yes.
of veggies.
Yeah, my dad is working in the backyard too. He planted watermelon, corn, chili, but I wish more chili.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then,
we can never have enough chili.
And he also tends to his animals down at the farm, farm and field. He has alfalfa that he planted, and I think he planted some chili and stuff out there, like corn too, I think.
Well, in New Mexico, we put chili on everything. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people had chili on their cornflakes for breakfast.
I put chili, the chili powder in my popcorn.
On your popcorn?
Yeah.
Yummy.
That's good too.
Well, when's San Felipe's feast day?
May 1st, but this year was the first without any dances, which was kind of scary, the first time. And Santo Domingo's had theirs just recent. I don't know if they...
Yes, the day before yesterday, but nothing happened there at all.
It's sad. I mean, the first time ever.
Yeah, well, the celebrations are really quite wonderful because not only is it a religious endeavor, but it's also a time where families get to see other families from other places that they haven't seen in a long time. And the Pueblos are always so generous by inviting people to eat, which is really great.
The red chili, green chili, fry bread, oven bread, the works.
Yeah, right, the works. Pozole, chicos, yummy.
And then my cousins come back from Hopi, so they're half Hopi and half San Felipe. And they used to talk about their grandmother that made pottery. I forget what her name was, but she was one of the potters out there. And she had a house way at the end. It was up in Palaka. And it's one of the homes that is featured.
Palaka is one of the villages at Hopi.
And it's like way to the end of Palaka. And that's the scene that you see on magazines and books written about Hopi. But it's been a long time since I've been out there.
Well, feast days. I mean, talk about feast days when you were a kid, because that's when it's really the most fun, I think.
I've only danced when the last time I danced was 9th grade. I mean, you have to put yourself in that minor state where you just go with the beat, sing along with the beat, and, pray for everyone that's watching you dance. That, family is happy that you're out there dancing for everyone. And it's fun, It's something different I haven't done in a long time.
Yeah. Well, do you ever think you'll go back and dance again?
I hope I hope COVID is over by then, next year, so that way we all can feast out there and have fun, have a good time. It's not a feast where a party is going on where drinking and all that. It's more all traditional. Everything is all traditional on the reservation. It's a mindset to where it's for everyone, and
the dances are not entertainment.
And what I kind of laugh about is like when people come out from other countries or states, and it's like when the dance is over, some people clap.
Yeah. Well, that would be like clapping in church when the mass was over, or when the preacher finished preaching. I mean, you don't clap.
I mean, when we all see that from home, it's like it's kind of different. Yeah.
And also, if you're lucky enough to be invited to eat, and especially if you're outside the culture, it's, I can only tell you from my experiences what that was like. Do we have another question?
We do.
Okay.
We have a question from Dan, again in San Diego. The pot he is currently working on, how much will it shrink in the drying and firing process, and how big will it be approximately when it's done?
This here, I see every time I see when I work a piece like this, I see it shrink maybe like 20%, I think. And I'm thinking like, oh, this is a nice big piece. And then after the firing, it's smaller. And I'm like,
20% is a whole lot.
I think more than, maybe more than 20%.
So maybe it'll be about 5 inches tall, do you think?
It'll probably be 4 inches. This looks
diameter,
5. Yeah, this looks like 5 inches, but it'll probably get down to 4 inches. And the height will probably go down to maybe 4 or 3. Oops.
Yeah, it's remarkable how much clay shrinks in the drying process, and then it shrinks even a little more
after the firing.
In the firing. So what, maybe the biggest piece that you've ever made, when it comes out of the fire, it may not have that.
I'm still amazed about the piece that I have at the Denver Art Museum. Like how, I forget how big it is, but I think 17 inches in height.
Oh my goodness.
And that's one of the biggest I've made. Let me see, 1, 2, probably 3 big pots like that with holes.
So at one point it was big enough to take a bath in. And then between the shrinkage and the cutting of the holes, well, so much for the bathing part.
Yeah. I think I sold you one of my bigger pieces, haven't I?
Oh, yeah. Went to the Crocker Museum.
Oh, yeah.
So Hubert, I have another question for you from Carrie. Carrie would like to know the difference between reservation, village, and Pueblo. Hubert seems to use all 3 of them.
Reservation is more like the whole area of where the Pueblo lies at, is what I think. Reservation is just what we say, reservation. This is where I come from this reservation, Pueblo. Pueblo is more like a Spanish name for village. But how do you say Pueblo in our language? And then San Felipe is Gatscha. Or you say it better, say it.
Gatscha.
Yeah. And
that was the original name.
Yeah.
Many of the Pueblos, I won't say many, a few of the Pueblos are going back to their original names, because when the Spaniards came, they did a lot of renaming of everything. In fact, the villages they named after the Catholic saints that in some cases were from the local area in Spain that the conquistadors came from. Now, San Felipe is Saint Philip?
yes.
Who is Saint Philip?
How would you, who was Saint Philip?
Well, I think it's real interesting because it's San Ildefonso. Every person that I know from San Ildefonso that would come in here, I would say, well, who was San Ildefonso? And not one of them could tell me who San Ildefonso was. And I was in Spain, and I was in a little church south of Madrid, and there was a painting on the wall, and underneath the painting, or written in the painting, it written in Spanish was San Ildefonso and whatever San Ildefonso was doing. And it was like, oh my gosh, there really is a San Ildefonso. Well, it turns out that San Ildefonso was, and Alfonso, I'm sure was, his name, and that he was a local guy, and a local saint from that particular area. And at the time that the conquistadors came to Mexico and New Mexico, they brought their religion with them, and they also brought the people that they deemed worthy of recognition, and named the pueblos after those saints that were popular in their area. But I don't know who Saint Philip was. And I know that there are some gospels that were found in jars not so long ago in Israel, where there is a Philip, a Saint Philip that's mentioned that was the writer, like Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, and there were gospels written by Philip and a few other people that you don't really see that in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if it's the same person.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe it's just a local you know, most of the conquistadors came from Galicia, which is a state, I guess you could call it a state, an area in Spain, and they brought that local culture with them. And if you look at the last names of the Native Americans, I don't think they had any last names before that. I mean, mm-hmm. you were named after things in nature rather than...
Candelario?
Candelario, right. Candelario translates to...
like a candle?
A candle.
Or candelabra?
Yeah. A candelabra, And so they gave the Indians last names also. And it's interesting because, you know, if you say Martinez, well, you say, San Ildefonso. And if you say Naranjo, you immediately say Santa Clara. But slowly but surely, the Pueblos are reverting to their original names rather than the Catholic names.
So I have a message from Randy. Randy says St. Philip was one of the 12 apostles.
Okay.
Also, I have a question from Carrie, which asks, do you fire in a kiln or a pit?
I fire in a kiln. And I also do the firing outside just to get the black, but I don't like the black. I like the even glow of the orange. And the mica also turns like a gold flake to it. It's kind of like a brown color before the firing, then it turns to gold.
Yeah, well,
not real gold, but
when we take one of our breaks, I have a couple pieces of mica that people can see of what it looks like before it's ground up and added to the slip, or added to or occurs naturally in the clay.
Well, this is what I use as a slip. This mica, and you can see that it kind of you can see the glitter of the mica, and it's pretty hard. I can't even really scratch into it. But I use this as a slip, a mixture of clay mica that it comes with.
Well, is it time now to go talk about, well, how about talking about the pots first, okay? And then after that, Hubert, you can have a little lunch and I can bore everyone.
Okay. Well.
And not know who St. Philip is. Shame on me.
Oh, shame on me too. Sorry, people.
Yeah.
But, you know, I forgot the 12 apostles, you know.
Yeah, there were those guys, huh?
Okay, so what I did here was I cut out my holes and I'm leaving them inside so that way it doesn't dry uneven. But what I did to it right now is like I don't want the center part to dry too quickly. The bottom and the other half at the top is kind of still too damp. So I'm letting the air dry right now. Then I'll pull my pieces out.
Okay, great. Well, unhook and go over to the pieces on display, and maybe you can tell us a little something about each one of them.
hi, Hubert. I'm right over here with your display of pieces.
This is fun. This is fun. I hope Hubert's having a good
Well,
time. Oh my God, I'm still plugged up. Still
That's okay.
If,
It's just clay.
yeah, no worries. Well, if you want to pick any of them up and tell us about them, you're more than welcome to.
This one here is my older piece. I've not done this in a long time. This one is dated way back to 1996, I think. This is one of the pieces where I picked the vein and put my name on it. I just put a date on there.
Hold on, it's real quiet. I'm sorry.
So go ahead. So this is one of my pieces I used to do back in '96, and it's the green cream color with the brushing I put on the pot, and the pot itself is red, as you can see inside. After I slip it several times, I use my stone to polish the piece. And the black is a mineral black paint, and this here I used a paintbrush. I've not used the traditional yucca plant, but I get my lines using the finest paintbrush. And this is my original San Felipe design.
And are the geometrics something that you have liked since you were young, or is that something you've continued in with your designs with the circles and the swirls?
I like abstract designs. This is more abstract, and I like the geometric and just more the shapes. Something I just grew with, painted, and it just came out like this. I like the fine lines, and I call it my lightning pot with the lines. And the black line is, the black three triangles here inside the pot is like the lightning bolt. Or three, as for, what was it called? Chaos?
Well, we definitely need to rain here in New Mexico.
Yes.
New Mexico, but lightning sometimes is good and sometimes it's bad with all the fires.
Yes, so to me, three is chaos, and I put that into my work too. Something nice can come out of chaos. But this is one of my bigger pieces, and my swirls I got into just by playing with clay too, and also playing with the mica. I was not into the mica till after this piece here. I took a class just to see if I could learn how to fire more in depth with just the firing method, but it's all the same, I think. So, but what I fell in love was more the mica, and I just love how it gives that elegant look to it without having any designs put on there. But I started producing more the melon jars here. And the swirls, I used to add the coil on there, but what I learned on my own was to pinch and pull my ribs out after I marked my design. And I like the center part because I like the detailing in the piece. And the bottom, I do the bottom too, like that. And I try to get more into the piece where I try to get more depth into my ribs. And I have yet to do another big piece. I haven't done the bigger pieces in a long time. So pretty much it's more like this size of pieces I've been working on. And my holey pieces, it's just something that I just come up with maybe within the past 20 years now, I think. But this is one of the pieces I like to get into the point where it's so thin and it has structure inside, as you can see. It has like hexagons and pentagons and all the geometric inside, where the rib kind of raises up inside and forms the design. And it's very light.
They are scary to ship, that's for sure.
Yes. I mean, this is probably like, what, 4 ounces in weight?
Yep, maybe.
Because I had this one piece where it has the ribs and the holes combined together into a base. And I weighed it, and it's only 9 ounces. So this is probably like about 4 ounces for this piece here.
And quick question, when you take your pieces to go get fired, because you use them in a kiln, you fire them in a kiln these days, correct?
Yes.
Do they cringe when you walk in the door?
Pretty much. I mean, pretty much, you know, when they go, oh, he's here, okay. Yeah, but now I do my own firing. I fire in a kiln at my home. So I just love my holey pieces that I make because they kind of represent the Fabergé egg, like this here. And I've gotten to the point where I put my ribs in the piece like this. And it's just that I just got to keep pushing, and I mean, I just come up with ideas with my work, so everything is kind of pushed back at what I want to keep doing, but it's always different.
Well, yeah, well, these are beautiful, Hubert. And what is your favorite thing to do? Do you like the swirls? Do you like the holeys? Do you like to do the combo of the two? What do you prefer, and what would you do in your own spare time?
Well, I like this here. I call it like space pot, and that's, I mean, I like the design inside the pot, but then I also like doing both together that I've been working on, and I just try to push myself with design, and there's more to do that with my, what was it called? The hummingbird is what I want to do next in one of my pieces. So I also do like dragonflies. I'm not sure if anyone's seen any of those the type of work I do too, but I incorporate dragonfly holes in my designs.
And do you plan out the dragonflies before you do them, or is it kind of random and then you decide that it's going to fit here or do really well?
What I used to do before was I used to use a template, but now I can just draw it in and then just cut out the holes. And, I put them as where I think what it looks best, like if it's flying, like how it flies in the air. So I put that in my pots.
Well, from far away, it still looks like a holey pot. Yeah. But when you get close, only then can you find the dragonflies, which is really quite fun.
Yeah, like I had this one person come up like, oh, okay, it has holes. Okay, he didn't see the dragonflies, and his wife goes, you don't see the dragonflies? I mean, you have to really look at a piece of my work to see what you see on there. And I was surprised he didn't see the dragonflies.
Yeah. And another thing I really like is how the light plays with the shadows on the holey pieces, and how you can just see how all the light plays around from all the different directions, and they really display really quite wonderfully. And you use a micaceous slip, that's correct?
Yes.
And so it's just a slip on the outside that you grind mica up, and then you add to the pieces, correct?
It's more in the clay already itself. So what I do is like just melt the clay down with the mica. And some pieces are more like, I mean, they're bigger pieces, but I like where it's just an all even flake on there. But and then also too, there's the bigger pieces that I have left that I sifted out just to clean my mica out. I want to use that and see how I can paste that on the bigger chunks of mica and see how that comes out. So that's going to be something different too.
Yeah, and are there any new things that you're working on these days that's a little different or innovative?
It's more just putting the holes within all my rib pots. And I want to go further and see what I can do more with that style.
Well, wonderful, Hubert, and we really appreciate you being here and you bringing us these beautiful pieces. And we want to remind everybody that these guys are for sale, and hopefully that you can find some space for them in a beautiful display at home. And Hubert's pieces are very geometric and very, very precise. What's most fascinating, I think, about the swirl pieces is the tops of the pieces, how he finishes that beautiful opening. Effectively, the top is just so cleanly done, where the ribs come out and how it all works. I mean, it's just so clean and fun, and how the light plays off of the swirls. And my favorite part is how the inside of the piece looks how the ribs come in perfectly evenly all the way around.
Especially like right there.
And I bet you spend a whole lot of time on that little section.
Yes. I have to make sure that the whole piece up here at the top is all even within each other, and the bottom too.
Yep. And Hubert always signs his pieces. Sometimes there's a year on them, sometimes there's not.
Mm-hmm. And one way to get around that, I put a new signature is with a hole. I'm not sure if this has a hole yet. So this is one of my older pieces, and it don't have a hole, but this is how I sign my name on there. There you go.
But I really like how the light plays off of the mica. And they feel so good in your hands too. The ribs are almost sharp.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, my fingers fit in between each of the rib. And that's how I pinch and pull my piece out. And the inside, I don't know if you can get in there, but...
No, the only thing I can really see is the edge. Once it's dark on the inside, I can't see anything else.
And I like the way it shimmers in the lights.
And what's your favorite part about doing pots? Is it the calming factor of playing with clay?
Back then, it was a stress reliever, something to really calm me down, because I used to get so just to calm me down in thought. Yeah, and this is what really trained my mind to think with my work what I need to do and push forward with, and see how far I could get into just thinking about what I'm going to put out. Before, it used to be like sounds that used to just kind of like still right now I have a ring in my ear, and it's just the thought of what I need to put in my work. And it kind of like dissipates that sound in my background.
Interesting.
That's kind of just something I worked with. And then when I don't do or concentrate on my work, it's like I try to just stay away from that sound. So, I guess just getting older or something.
And so about how long does it take you from when you cut out the pieces, because we're at the stage where you're about to pop the pieces out, correct? And from that point to where it's ready to be fired, about how many hours do you estimate it takes?
I really don't count the hours. It's just like, for instance, like what I was doing was drawing my circles in. That took like what time did I?
Well, we started here today at about 11.
Yeah.
And now I think it's around 1.
Probably about what? Just to draw my lines in, because I had drawn my geometric lines in there last night or this morning. But making that piece, building the piece, it took me, let me see, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, the time I don't count. It's like, because when I build a piece, then I have to get back with it later, because I find that it's not even. It's kind of sitting crooked. So I got to fix that and then flip it over and just keep working with the piece. It's I can't guesstimate of how much time I put into it.
Well, I know it's really hard because it's not like you clock in to go into work every day. And I mean, you're an artist. You work for a while, and then you stand up for a while, and you have many pieces that you have going at a time. And so, how many pieces do you usually have that you're working on at the same time?
Back in the days, I used to have more pieces, but now it's just I can do 3 all at the same time. But 1 big one and 2 small ones is how I work.
And would you call any of these pieces here big?
These are more my small pieces. This is big here, this piece here, the one that's painted.
But yeah, so you'd call these guys small, so you could have 2 of these in the works and 1 larger one.
Mm-hmm. Yes. A lot bigger ones would be about, 8 inches in height, I think.
Yeah, your work generally is pretty small, but it's very, very detailed, and it's very, very beautiful.
Mm-hmm. But I think the biggest piece I've done is like the one holey piece that stands at 17 inches in height.
Oh my goodness!
So that's pretty tall, maybe about that tall, I think.
Do you remember where that one went?
That one went to the Denver Art Museum. So
wonderful.
It's their permanent collection there, and it's been. The first time it's been there was when they first made that structure, that shiny geometric design of that shiny building there. I forget who designed it. But,
yep, and right now we're working with the Smithsonian at the moment to place one of your pieces at the Renwick Gallery, and we're very, very pleased to hopefully make that all work for you. Mm-hmm. And how does it feel having these pieces in all these wonderful museums all around the world?
My hair just stands at the back of my head, and I'm like, wow, I'm so happy with that. I've always, thought about something like that in grand museums. And I'm very happy.
Well, good. I mean, it's a very proud moment, I'm sure. Probably for your family, probably for your Pueblo.
Yes. One of the artists out there that make pottery too is very happy too. He goes, "Yeah, all right, San Felipe's out there now."
Well, wonderful. Well, Hubert, what I'm going to do is I'm going to. I believe I believe you're live, Miss Andrea.
Oh, okay. I can start now.
You can.
Well, first of all, thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate this. Hubert's going to have a little lunch break, and that will give us, give me a little time to talk to you guys and tell you about why we do this and what's coming up and a few other things too. But before I go any further, I was in the back while Hubert was showing his pots, and we got an email from Dan Marr, and Dan, I mean, this is for you. This is fabulous. You were the president of the National Cactus and Succulent Society. I mean, we have our own little cactus and succulent club here in New Mexico, and Becca, who is one of my employees that I talked about earlier, about with operators standing by, she belongs also, and we're just all here. We're all crazy about cactus and succulent plants, and the pandemic has really been awful. I rationalize that. I'm not going to the movies, and I'm not going out for dinner, and I'm not putting gas in my car. Wow, poor me. So instead, I go online and I buy exotic plants, and
it's, you know, it's really fun, and I really enjoy them, and I love things with codexes. But all the rest of you that are interested in pottery, I won't go any further. But Dan, when you're in Santa Fe, if you don't come and visit us and come to my house and see my motley little collection that I could present to the president of the organization, it's almost embarrassing, but I would love to share what I've done over the years. Anyway, back to Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery instead of Andrea Fisher's other life. The reason that we're doing this is, you know, because Indian Market was canceled this year, and so many of the venues where the Native Americans can sell their wares, they've disappeared. And like I said earlier, most of the artists at Indian Market really depend on market because it's a substantial part of their annual income. For some of them, it's their only their only annual income. And it's heartbreaking because so many of the potters are so talented, and the last thing we want them to do is think about getting a real job. And that's not nearly as much fun. And also what that does is that it really limits the tradition being carried on. So, you know, we've got to wear our masks and self-distance and take care of ourselves so we can have this pandemic move on and things can open up again. And so the artists can continue to create and to be able to earn income from their pieces. And, you know, like Derek said, the pieces that we have here are for sale, and, you know, they benefit Hubert, definitely. And we want to make sure that we can do our very, very best for him. Now, this series that we decided to do is really fun, and in some ways we may have bitten off more than we can chew because we're doing this for 20 days in the month of August. And in fact, the first two that we did, some of our potters actually watched us on YouTube, and yesterday after it was over, they were calling us and saying, you know, that really looks like fun, I want to do one too. And so consequently, maybe we will somehow figure out a way to bring these YouTube videos to you in the future. And you know, if you look on our website, we have bios on probably 100 artists, if not a whole lot more. But it's different. It's different reading about someone and seeing a little 3x3-inch headshot of them than it is to, you know, sit down for a few hours and talk to them and hear all of their stories. And so, you know, we were thinking that in the future, maybe, you know, we haven't decided on anything at this point, that we would have a few more that would go into September. Maybe we would do this once a week. Maybe that we'd do a cluster of them a couple times a year. But we'll see where it all takes us. And also, you know, if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, you can also tune in to the ones that we've done before. Thomas Tenorio was yesterday. He's from Santo Domingo, Kiwa, Pueblo. And on Tuesday, we had Ruby Panana, who is from Zia Pueblo, but lives at Jemez Pueblo, but works in the Zia style. And if you like what we're doing, you might just, you know, put your friends, you might be able to tell your friends and put it up on Facebook, on your Facebook page, and we would really appreciate that, because the more people we can have watch, the better. We having a little microphone trouble? Uh-oh. Is it okay now? Mm-hmm. Oh, should I say all that stuff over again?
Ahead. It's fine, it was just buzzing.
Oh, it was buzzing. Oh, it must be all that bee weed that the Native Americans used to make their black paint from, which is a wild spinach that grows here in New Mexico. And we're probably not going to talk a whole lot about that today because, Hubert really doesn't paint onto the surface of his pieces. And by paint, I don't mean something that you go down to Home Depot and buy. The paints that are from the Native American culture are ones that they make out of minerals and plant materials. But these demos, conversations, sales of potter's work will continue on for the next 3.5 weeks. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about some of them tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the nicest couple. I mean, you're going to love Paula. She is just a bundle of energy and really fun, and oh God, can she paint. And I have one of her pieces here. I hope you can see it because I can't see anything other than the camera that's in front of me. I can't see what's happening, but this is one of Paula's pieces. And of course, all of this is hand painted. I know that one of our potters, Dorothy Toribio, who is no longer with us, who did very precise small designs in black and white, she would always say, I could only paint for a little while during the day because my own painting made me sick to my stomach and I'd have to go in the bathroom and throw up. And to see Paula, hopefully Paula will be painting tomorrow because this kind of work is just absolutely, absolutely unbelievable. Now she's going to be here with her partner, Hubert Candelario. Paula is from Acoma, Pueblo, and Hubert is from Laguna. And Hubert does the same sort of fine work, but really in a very different shapes and very different designs. These nice swirl patterns. And they're just really amazing because, you know, after you start staring at these for a while, I see the lines that go in this direction, and then the lines go in this direction, and then the lines go to the edges. And I mean, I never get tired of looking at his pieces. And of course, you know, with this flat design, he doesn't have to paint the bottom, but he does anyway. And they're really, really quite wonderful. But tomorrow we will have Paula Estevan and Hubert Candelario. And while I'm talking, maybe Derek can find out what the schedule is. Know what the time is for tomorrow when they will be demonstrating here. We have found that like 6 hours worth of this is way too much. And so we had scheduled some time periods, but we may be shortening a few of those because it's just too exhausting for the artists to do that. But, you know, we want to take that into consideration. And tomorrow we're going to start at 11 and go till 4 or 5, probably 4 o'clock tomorrow. So you'll see, you get 2 people, 2 for the price of 1 tomorrow. Hubert Candelario and Paula Estevan. And they each do their own pottery that is distinctive from the other person's pottery. One person is, Paula is from Acoma and Hubert is from Laguna. Then on Saturday, we have another couple, a married couple, Marvin and Frances Martinez. And Marvin and Frances are both from San Ildefonso, Pueblo. Frances makes the pots, which oftentimes is the way it goes with couples, married couples that work together, that the wife makes the pots and the husband does the decorating. And here's an example of their work from San Ildefonso pottery, the black on black pots. And Marvin Martinez coincidentally has the same last name as his very, very famous great-grandmother, Maria Martinez. And these pieces are very, very much in the style of Maria. Now, Maria passed in 1980, and you know, I probably, Marvin was still a young kid at that time. And he
Marvin's son is also coming as well.
oh, Marvin's son is coming too, Marvin Lee. Oh, that's wonderful. So we'll get to see the whole family here tomorrow. And his son makes pots as well, but his mom and dad collaborate on these gorgeous black on black pottery in the tradition of the Martinez family. That's really exciting that we'll have them both. So on Saturday, you get 3 for the price of 1. And of course, we will have many of Marvin Lee's pieces for sale, and tomorrow, Paula and Robert. And then if you go online, look at next week, because we have many potters coming in for the next 2 weeks. For a lot of you, we mailed you a brochure, and in the brochure there is a schedule, this brochure. There is a schedule of all the potters for the upcoming week. But you know, if you tune in tomorrow or the next day, we will show you some examples of the work of people that are coming, that'll be coming here in the future. And like I said, you know, all of this is to benefit the artists so they have a venue. And I hope that you're enjoying it as much as we are, because Hubert and I are having, I hope Hubert and I are having lots of fun. Yeah, we are having a lot of fun. And you know, if you see an employee wandering around in the background, or you hear noises where, you know, we're dropping stuff on the floor, or a dog walks by, we like to keep all these conversations as informal as possible. And I know that Hubert had a whole bunch of stuff to eat for lunch, and anyway, he's picking up his mic now and miking up again, so that we can continue on with our demonstration and our conversation and our sale and all those finer things at life. And Dan, I can hardly wait to meet you, president of the National Cactus and Succulent Club. I'd rather meet you than the president of the whole world.
Oh.
Anyway, so Derek, are we ready to switch into? Yep,
we're ready.
Okay, Hubert, you're on.
Okay, what I'm going to do here is I put my circles in, I cut them out with the X-Acto knife, and I'm going to pull the circles out.
Well, before you even begin to do that, I have a really important question. Mm-hmm. How was lunch?
Oh, it's good.
Good.
And also, Hubert, we had somebody comment saying that they missed why San Felipe was coming up, St. Philip. And it was because we were talking about San Felipe, Pueblo, and St. Philip, and the Spaniards who was naming all the pueblos in New Mexico. And so I just wanted to say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also, I think reservation, when the person who asked about the difference in the 3 words, reservation describes not only the village where people live, but the land around them.
Yeah.
So the word reservation is sort of the total area that the Pueblo occupies. Pueblo is merely a Spanish word that means village. And so, you know, village is just that translation, and that's where those 3 words are. And you know, they're used interchangeably, like that Hubert has done today.
I just say I'm from San Felipe.
Yeah.
But then when I text him back and forth, I say res.
The res? Yeah. And that's R-E-Z.
R-E-Z, yeah. So what I'm doing here is just popping out the circles. Oh, some do get stuck, so I gotta recut again. Here we go. So I just cut out the holes, plop them down on the side, and maybe use them for something like this here. I don't know if you can see that, but
Popping out the holes. Oh boy.
Do you want to come up here and see? So all my circles are kind of uneven.
Oh, I can see one now. So can
See?
everybody else.
There you go. See, you can see the inside of the
Ooh, the eyes.
piece
The
here.
eyes
Yes.
Oh, now it's 3 eyes.
It's an alien ship.
There
It's
we
going to look
go.
like
Now
an
it's
alien ship.
R2D2.
Oh, this one doesn't want to come out.
I'll have a hammer if you need it.
That would be the first.
Yeah, that would be a first, wouldn't it? Have you ever had a piece collapse?
Back in the days when I first started cutting the holes out, because it was still too wet. This one's here took a while to do because I got to make sure it's precisely the same distance from where all the structure is, where I can, where it won't crack when I start sanding. I want everything pretty much even here.
It's so scary. Yeah, in those early years when you used to bring me holy pots, you would say that you would have to make 10 pots to get one that you could
Because
sell.
they would crack. Yeah.
They would crack, they would break, and nothing like a
I used to get very frustrated about that.
Yeah. If you could turn it up and show it to the camera. Ooh,
See, there you go.
nice, huh? And that's the bottom.
Yes, this is the bottom here.
Okay.
And here we go with the top here. What I do is like I do my small circle holes here, and then I pop all of them out and then go down to the next, because the bigger ones I leave in for strength. Because if I pop those out first and then when I start playing with the top, it kind of moves the structure of the body itself, and then it might cause a crack.
When you dry it, do you wrap it up and let it
Yes.
just stay wrapped and just let it dry slowly?
Slowly, yes. Yeah. I got to do that. Every little, just a piece, just a little draft will just dry it quick.
Yeah.
Especially when it's dry out there.
Well, and also they're thin.
This one here, I've thought about like more the structure I'm going to show inside. So I made it slightly thicker. And when I sand the inside piece of this, it's going to show the lines inside after I sand.
Are you going to be sanding the little pot that you brought?
Oh yes, this one here, yes.
Oh, good.
I've been working on that too, where I have to be very careful, or when I start doing something different, then I kind of put that aside and just play with what I'm working on, and then I get back to that when I have time. So what I'm doing is the next level of holes here. This ones I can pull out faster.
No, take your time. We don't want you to destroy that. There's
Oh,
too
no.
much work has gone into it.
Yes. Oh, there's so much stuck still. How many more artists are coming up for demonstration?
Oh, we have 28 total.
Wow.
And for 20 days. Maybe it's 29 now that Marvin's bringing his son Marvin.
Yeah, and Daniel is not coming, and
But we added
now we
Clarence.
have Mount, and we added Clarence, and we've added Lauren Wallowing Bull, and we've added Anderson Panetza and Jamie Panetza.
Where are they from?
We've added Robert V. Hill as well.
Ah.
I'm not going to be able to talk by this is over. I mean, I won't have any vocal cords left.
My voice is already going to. It sounds kind of raspy and muffled.
I think you sound good. You're fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're fine. Well, the mask doesn't help either, but, you know, we have to stay safe and protect each other in New Mexico. Oh, God, I can see all the way through to you.
Here we
I can see your pink and gray shirt from here through the pod.
It's like I can see right through you. There. What I do is like the bigger pieces, I skip one hole at a time.
Yeah.
And then kind of just let it dry out slowly. And then I'll pick those out too. A little later. And this is what I've been working with, but I've had to kind of like patch it up in this spot. It got a little too thin. But what I like about this here is like, it's not perfect. It's like, it has structure where the lines don't meet together well or something. I mean, I'm just playing with this here. I don't know how it's going to come out when I'm done. But I'm still playing with this. This is something different I'm working with.
Well, what people should know is that you brought that piece with you. And what it is that it is in the last state before it gets fired.
Mm-hmm.
What you pop the holes out of just now is the wet clay. And when that wet clay dries, it will then be in the state that the one you're holding is in right now, which is the most fragile
Part of
and dangerous part.
Yes, I mean, like just sanding this piece, I had to be very careful because of the structure itself. And I think I have two more holes to sand. Just to give it a dimension or a different type of structure.
Oh, do you have a nice big electric sander?
Oh, no, I can't use the whole piece will go.
Yeah, right. With number 10 sandpaper with your electric sander?
I would just see that being blasted away there. I hope I got that. Here we go. I may just have to just try and sand one piece or one hole here. And then when I slip it, I got to sand again, just to make sure everything is all pretty detailed. And then maybe slip it again, and then sand again, just to make sure everything's okay
Now,
on the
slip
piece.
is watery clay.
Yeah, and this is it right here, but this is in the dry state. And I just love it's just sitting here where it glistens.
Yeah.
It's pretty. Yeah.
Someone put some fairy dust in your bowl.
Oh,
I was
me
going to get
see.
a piece of mica. Derek will go get it so that you can show people what mica looks like and the way that it's found in the ground, although this is just a tiny piece.
I thought, no, I didn't bring a piece like that. When I cleaned it out, I kind of made them into little hot dogs.
Yeah.
So it's hard, even just trying to break it in half. I can't do that. It's hard. Oh yeah. Mine don't come like this, but this is the mica. It's a flat flake. And they use this also too in lampshades, like the Tiffany lamps.
Yeah, they were very popular at one time.
Let me see.
And like I said, mica was used before the Spaniards came as window material because it's translucent. And so light would pass through, and if you were of the era where you lived in the cliffs, the back rooms could be lit by the natural sunlight because the mica would let light let light pass through to those darker rooms in the back. And once the Spaniards were here and brought the technology where you could make glass, then the mica windows weren't used anymore. I know up at Acoma Pueblo, up on the mesa, there are a few rooms up there that still have mica windows.
Wow.
Which is really kind of cool. Now, what are you doing there?
I'm just putting angles inside my hexagon here.
Uh-huh.
And
so you're changing the circles into?
This one here, I sanded the surface of the piece and it formed hexagons and octagons and a hole. Uh-huh. So from the hole that that bored through, uh-huh. I kind of sanded it away, and I'm just trying to make it look more like a different kind of geometric design. I mean, I would have went along with the line here, but I'm giving it an angle to give it like a boomerang kind of style.
Uh-huh.
And I've done that with, it's kind of like a pop design that I'm playing with here. But this one's I forget when I started it. I think December.
December you started that one?
Yeah, and I just kept playing with it and put it away and let me see what I can do with it after I put the flat surfaces on there.
So how many pots do you have in progress, usually?
About 3 now.
About 3?
Yeah, about
now.
3.
Have you ever had more than 3?
About 10, like back in the days, yeah. Mm-hmm. But what I'm more into detailing and structure and mm-hmm. New pieces. Mm-hmm. And with the holey ones, they take a lot longer just to sand. I mean, sanding is what takes the most time out of my work. But it's well worth it too.
So Hubert, how many pieces in a year do you think you finish?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't counted. I know I see a bunch of my pink slips that I get from you guys, but I collected that for, oh my gosh, way back in 91, I think, or back in the days, yeah. So I have a lot of your pink slips here at home that I still have.
You have the receipts.
Yeah, the receipts.
From the payments.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But, is it 50 or is it 20 or 100?
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot, yes.
Do you do 100 pieces a year?
Probably. Well, when it's the small ones, it's I don't know. It's more like, maybe hundreds, I guess. Yeah.
Hundreds? I mean,
how much have you?
Well, 12 months in the year.
Maybe like 12. Now that I've been doing more.
If you do 12 a month, that's 144.
Uh-huh.
That is 3.
Or maybe less than that, maybe 3.
3 complete pieces a week. Excuse me, a month.
Probably about 20-something. About 20-something, I think.
20? Honey, stop it. Good girl.
Because I would let one sit there for the longest time sometimes when I'm doing something like in my yard, or watching TV too. Like I'd have to take a break too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because sometimes I've burned myself out a few times, and I don't like doing that.
3 a week. To
yes,
completely finish 3 a week would be 144
least,
pieces a year. Is that your production that high? I don't think so.
It has to be like maybe 2 to 3 to 1 a week. Sometimes it varies.
So
it varies.
So if you average 2 a week, that's right around 100 pieces a year.
Yeah.
And how many of those pieces survive the full process?
Oh my gosh. Let me see, how much did I break last year? I think 1, 2, and I mean, just every little, even like, maybe like 1, 2, every other month or every 3 times a month,
So,
I guess.
yeah, so maybe 90,
Uh-huh.
90 pieces,
And
80
then-
to 90 pieces a year.
And I really have to, like, when I'm home, I have to really concentrate or else I lose it.
Yeah.
In other words, you know, family kind of like really get to me sometimes. And I don't like to get to that point. I like to really concentrate on my work, and I need my space, you know, when I'm there at home.
Yeah, life has a nasty way of getting in the way, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
but I can't blame them. It's more that I need to work to that, to where I have my own space, and I've been doing that for the longest time, to get a space, like a little building where I can work from, a little studio is what I want, or I need.
Well, you know, it's funny because people come in and ask us, well, you have so many artists in there. Is there a possibility to visit their studios? And it's sort of like, oh, you mean you want to go see the kitchen?
Yeah. Yeah. When I lived in Albuquerque, that's where I worked in the living room, but there was nothing else but just that, you know. Because I had to keep my workspace away from my living space,
Yeah.
or else I won't get nothing done. But now that I have my couch in my workspace,
Trouble.
yeah, so
What's your cat's name?
a cat's name? I don't have a cat.
I thought you said, well, now that I have my cat.
My space, my couch.
Oh, your couch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've had this couch for the longest time. I found it out at one of kind of like an antique store on Central, and it's like a 50s or 60s, kind of like Scandinavian. And I like those kind of couches because they're very contemporary, skinny and long, like about over 7 feet long. And it has a bow for it to be held together. It doesn't have springs. It's all done by how it's made. And it's a one of a kind, so I kept that. And I had it upholstered twice. So
Wow.
That, you know,
Got used,
yeah, and I like thin pieces like that. I like something that someone's made by hand. You know, nothing that's made by a factory. And if I see another one like that, I'll probably buy it. You know, it's nice. It's very 60s and 70s. Kind of something you see on TV, like Genie, you know, like the where Master works at in his office, kind of that type of furniture.
Locked in the 70s.
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be locked in the 50s with all that overstuffed, ugly stuff. I guess they call it mid-century modern now, which is in some places all the rage.
You know, I collect furniture, I collect art, I collect a lot of things.
Well, I think there's a very specific gene, that collecting gene.
Oh, yeah.
And we love people who come in the gallery that have that collecting gene, that passion. But, you know, I think the best part about collecting and what the purpose of collecting is not necessarily amassing a lot of stuff.
No.
But, you know, a personal learning experience. Because all of a sudden, if you have a pot like yours, there are all these stories that come with it that lead you into all different kinds of places in life that where you may never have those kinds of experiences. And the objects are really just reminders of that.
Of our time, you know, anybody's time, I think.
Anybody's time, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what is the tool that you're using here to sand?
This is a sanding, kind of like
Like a nail file?
yeah, like a nail file. Yeah, but this it has gold. I mean, not gold. Diamonds in there, I guess. I mean, it says it has diamonds, but it's a lot rough. It doesn't dull out. I've had this for a long time, But when I use just like a regular file, you know, like for sanding, it dulls out quick. But this here, it's still, it keeps sanding. It doesn't dull out, you know. I guess it's the diamonds for sure. I used sandpaper before, but it's kind of hard to keep it the line straight in my work. But with the circles, I just wrap the sandpaper around the chopstick and sand.
Again, all those expensive tools.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable because such primitive things, such simple things can, you know, with the help of someone who has a lot of talent, can make beautiful objects.
To make it work, yeah.
And pottery is one of those things where you really don't need to go to the craft store.
No.
Or, you know, you don't buy paints or canvases that are stretched or sable hair brushes. I mean, you can use your old pizza pan and your kitchen knife and go out in the back field and dig up your materials.
Oh, yeah. Or a popsicle stick, maybe.
A popsicle stick.
So I have a question that is coming from Philip, and Philip wants to know who you learned how to make pottery from.
Me. Pretty much the techniques that I'm working with. Maria Martinez was more the inspiration to my, you know, what I, you know, just to make pottery, but then I got more into my detailing, which it's just me. Yeah.
Trial and error.
Yeah, trial and error,
over a
yes.
long period of time.
Mm-hmm. Like this here, I'm just playing with this here, and I'm putting design within a design, like the structure of the hexagon, and just giving it style, you know, something different that I've not done before.
Yeah, for the person who asked the question, we talked about this a little bit earlier, that the style of learning in the Native American culture is very different than in, for example, my culture, where your teacher doesn't stand over you as helper and critic and all those sort of things all rolled into one. Instead, the way a person learns to make pottery in the Pueblo culture is that they watch, and they watch, and they watch, and they watch the teacher, and they watch the teacher some more, do all the things that the teacher does. And at some point, the teacher makes a decision that perhaps they're ready to give it a whirl, and they give them a piece of clay and say, hey, you're on your own. And there's no suggestions, there's no critique. You then watch some more if there's other things that you need to learn. And it's just a very different way of picking up a skill.
And then they take it further and further. And
then, you know, you can take it further, you, the student, can take it further and further on your own, and the direction in which you want to go. And I know with some of the Pueblos that the lines are drawn in the sand as to how, if you want to be considered a traditional potter, where the boundaries are, and that you really can't go beyond those boundaries. That if you want to be a traditional potter, that you're not pulling out a potter's wheel, or you're not putting glazes on your pots, or you're not doing forms that are outside of the original traditional utilitarian function of those pieces of pottery. And which is really nice because you have parameters, but you can experiment within those parameters. And the variation is really, really remarkable. And each pueblo, village, reservation, whatever your preference is to call it, each has their own tradition. And you know, you can go back several hundred years and you can say, well, this pot's from Santa Ana, and this pot's from Santa Clara, and this pot's from Tesuque, and all the various pueblos, because of those lines that are drawn in the sand, that the tradition stays the same, but has some internal variation. And it continues on till this day, and probably, you know, 200 years from now, the same thing will be true, that you'll be able to say, oh, this one's from Laguna and this one's from San Ildefonso, because tradition is important in the Native American culture.
I'm almost done just with this one section here, and I'll show you what I've done.
Sure, that'd be great.
I mean, the line isn't too perfect, but I wanted to give it like a boomerang design, or like triangles within the piece. Where do I'm not sure if you can see that. Where's the camera?
Where's the camera? The cameras are so small.
Derek? Am I showing?
It's actually right where you're working.
Okay.
Right where you're working. It's really good.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, right there.
All right,
yep,
just
exactly.
Let me see. Okay. I was working on this piece, or this, just to give it more like a boomerang triangle angle. So it's not it's not a straight line with the line that it's formed after I sanded the whole piece to give it more the structure. So it's kind of like cartoonish in a way. You know, it's nothing that's all perfectly lined. It's more just, you know, I took the line a different way.
So I'm going to answer a couple of questions that we just got. One is from Joan. She says, I didn't see how he starts his pots, but are they coiled? And the answer is
yes.
Hubert only coils his pieces.
Yeah.
And the next question says, when you started this sanding this small piece, it was basically spherical, and then you sanded the one spot until it broke through?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And then from there on, what I'm playing with is I'm not aligning every sanded part where the lines are forming triangles and hexagon. I'm kind of giving it more like an abstract look to it.
It's a softer line?
It's kind of like, how would I say, kind of like a pop design, or contemporary abstract, I guess. I don't know what to give it, you know, what name to give it.
Well, maybe the shape doesn't have a name.
Not yet, yeah.
Because
still,
it isn't a pentagon, and it isn't a triangle, and it isn't an octagon. Instead, it's
still
it's a
in the
geometric
process.
shape.
Mm-hmm. It's in the process of being what it's going to be after, and then we'll have to name it.
You will have to name it.
I mean, I think that's why it takes a lot. I mean, it takes a while just to finish a piece, and you know, take that break and go back to it when you got that time to remember where you stopped at.
Well, the person who asked the question about whether it was coiled or not, if you're interested in seeing two very different ways people coil their pots, you can look on YouTube, because the 2 days that we did prior to Hubert, yesterday was Thomas Tenorio, the day before that was Ruby Panana. They're both posted on YouTube, where you can see them begin with a piece of clay. And it was interesting because how they treated well, first of all, the clay looked different, one clay from the other, because they're from two different pueblos. And then their technique for coiling the pots, the size of the coils, how they started the pots, were very, very different. And on YouTube, you will be able to see that. But what Hubert brought today, when we first started, is he brought the piece that he just cut the holes out of, and it was already coiled and dried to a leather hard stage in order that he could, you know, cut cut the holes out of it. Otherwise, if it's too wet, it will just collapse if he did that. And the small piece that he's working on now, he brought that piece that was not only coiled, but dried and cut and then dried completely. And at this point, with a little diamond file, he is sanding it and cleaning up the shapes for that particular piece. And right now, that piece is nothing more than dried dirt. It is incredibly fragile, and every time I see him move it around, you know, my heart sort of stops a little bit because just a little bit of the wrong move, it will just break apart like, you know, you would break soil apart out in your backyard if you were planting something. Unbelievably fragile, and until it's fired, it's going to stay in that fragile state.
And that's what I like about the mica too, because it gives it that strength too, even when it's not fired.
Now the mica is a slip that's painted on.
Yes.
And slip really just means watery clay. It's more of the clay, but it's mixed with mica. And when Hubert finishes, are you going to paint it with
not today.
Not today.
Not this way, yeah.
Okay. But he has some of that mica slip in the bowl that's next to him, which he will show you and has shown you along the way, only dried up, which means that if he adds a little bit of water to it and makes it watery, like watery clay, that's what he paints onto the surface. And so if you're looking at Hubert's pieces, there's a glow about them, and that's because there are little bits of that mica that are in the slip, and they reflect the light and give it a really different quality than just the plain clay from San Felipe, Pueblo.
And I'll show you the hole that I'm working on right now. I gave it more like an uneven structure to it, which I like playing with. Okay, it's this hole right here. And all my lines are not all even. They're all kind of not lined up, so that gives it more like a different detailed structure. Can we get back to this one here? We pop this hole out. That doesn't want to come out.
When you cut the holes in, Hubert, do you cut them in straight in or at an angle?
I have to the structure, like how this rounded part is. I have to kind of go through it.
You have to follow the curve?
Because sometimes it forms like where it's slanted this way and that way inside, and I'm like, oh, I hope I didn't take away what I need to put into it, like the inside part, where I want to give it more of that structured look. And the top is the last to go. So there you go.
Seems like the piece is relatively thick
Yeah.
at this point in comparison to the finished product. So you're going to sand the piece, correct? Once
Yes.
it's in its dry form. About how much do you sand away?
Pretty much, maybe almost half.
And it shrinks also.
Yes. And what I'm doing is the dome that's inside the piece here is uneven, like there's crevices in there because it's where I formed it and where I closed the hole at, because I do both sides. I used to do just the one side, but what I'm doing now is smoothing out the that
The
little,
inside.
yeah.
Oh,
Because
geez.
it has where it started closing and it formed like little valleys inside. So I just kind of smoothed it out. And
I always thought it was really remarkable when you looked at your pieces that they were finished both on the outside and the inside.
Yeah, I do both in and out. The outside is more the smooth, and the inside is where I have to do all my detailing inside.
Now, have the fingers on your right hand grown a little longer?
Um,
Now that, now that you need to finish it on the inside?
it's more like, I mean, I want my fingers to get longer, but it doesn't reach all the way in there.
Well, if you keep stretching them like that, who knows? Maybe they will grow longer.
I'll just grow my nail longer and just scratch inside.
Oh.
Oh, I closed up that little hole, but now I'll have to re-put that hole back in there for my signature. Because what I do is I poke a hole underneath the pot, the bottom of the pot where the dome is, just for my signature, a hole in my pots.
Didn't we discuss it earlier? That was where the water gets to run out?
Yeah. Okay. But this one has too many holes, so
Oh,
they
darn.
run out of each side, everywhere.
So how often do you go get clay?
Like maybe one time out of the year, because I have, like one bucket full, and then if I don't finish that, I know that I need to go get some more, then I'll go get more clay. But only a bucket, a half a bucket. And it goes a long way with the sand I mix with it. So it's pretty much when I mix my sand and clay, it's 2 parts clay and 1 part sand.
Now, the
Or-
Did
sand,
you learn that?
Through just trial and error, but then it just got to a point where, okay, let me just try it this way. And sure enough, it worked,
now is it really sand or is it volcanic ash?
Mine is sand. I think that's why my pieces are heavy. Volcanic ashes I've not used. And it's just the sand where it collects in the corner of a building or behind a bush where, the sand collects. And it's just silicone sand. It has a little bit of glass in there, I guess. The tiny, tiny
Well, this
specks of
glass,
sand.
yeah.
And other particles in there, but I have to really clean it up well to a point where I sift it twice just to get pretty much all the seeds out that are the tiny, tiny seeds. And let me poke this hole again.
Now, when you add another material to the clay, like sand or ground up fired pottery shards or volcanic ash, it's called temper. And what temper does is that it gives the clay body strength, and it binds the clay and the temper together. That way, after you fire it, it doesn't crumble.
Yeah. And also what I do is like the pieces that broke, I just put back into my clay too.
Yeah, you
Like
grind
if
them up.
like of this here, I let it dry, then just break it apart. I mean, if it's broken, if it cracks or something, I let it dry out and then I grind it back down and then mix it with my the clean pieces that I've mixed together. Yeah. So each pot this pot would probably be a part of another pot that I have made before, like the circles that I collect. I grind that back down and it goes into my new piece. So pretty much everything is reused.
Yeah, well, it's such a pain in the neck to go get clay and to clean that clay.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, every molecule counts.
Every little piece of that clay, I use it for, with each of the pieces I put together and mix together. Or it becomes one of those pieces that I'm playing with here. There. So I just let it dry, but I got to cover it up first.
And How long will it take before you're
Probably
ready to
about
sand
this
it?
evening. This evening.
This evening?
Yeah.
It will be dry by this evening?
Yeah.
Really?
But
Not
if it's
days?
like, if it's inside a warm house, it will dry within like maybe within 2 hours maybe if I let it set and then cover and then let it set then cover a few times. And then when it's almost dry, I kind of just I take the plastic wrapping off and let it sit.
Now, what happens when we get one of those big, stormy, rainy days?
Oh, it takes a while.
Yeah, it takes...
Because it's very, very humid in the air, and it takes a while for it to dry. Especially like when I do the swirl pieces.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty humid lately.
Let me, I've been playing with the flat pieces here. And I think I showed you that one piece where I used a piece like this and had as a lid. Remember?
No, I didn't see
yeah,
that one.
I brought that one piece in, and
Maybe Derek saw it.
and I think that was the inspiration to what I'm doing here with this here now.
Oh, I just
Miniature
worry
plates.
about it being jewelry, though. If you
Yes.
drop it, it's gone.
So it's, well, pretty much every jewelry is delicate too, so, you know.
Yeah. Not my jewelry. Plastic doesn't break when it hits the ground. Yeah, that's about what I have. I'm a great plastic jewelry lover.
What was the name of that plastic?
Bakelite?
Yes.
Yeah, it went from handles on pots to jewelry, but no, Bakelite doesn't break. But isn't Bakelite resin?
Yes, that's my cousins used to have that back in the 70s, or back then in California, for their bracelets.
No, but mine's just genuine plastic and hopefully made out of recycled bottles. That would be the most fun.
The recycled bottles, like the Coke bottles.
Yeah, I love stuff that's made out of recycled stuff. Well, I collect folk art too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me, I collect miniature storytellers.
You do?
Paintings too. I like
Miniature
paintings. I got this one painting of Starry Night from. It's not from Van Gogh, but it's it's this piece of drawing where I got during Greek Fest. Was it called Greek Fest?
Which one?
The Starry Night. That painting.
Oh yeah.
At the Greek Fest, and
This is a Greek version of a Dutch painter.
they just had his art inside the shop where they were just selling their ware, and it's probably about as big as this table here.
Oh, I
So-
thought you said miniatures.
Well, that's paintings. Miniatures are my pottery. I collect the miniatures in pottery. So, but
Somebody asked a very interesting question. Joan is wondering if there's a way to assemble the holes into a full pot.
That's one thing is in the works too. As
Yeah.
what I've been wanting to do, like with this here, I want to bring up the dome that's inside and make that like a bubble within the whole pot.
Well, if you take a look at the
So,
pile that I see right now,
This one's
I
here.
mean, that could be an interesting pot.
Yeah.
I mean, score them and put
This
the
here?
pieces
The
together.
little-
No, this pile right here.
Yes.
That pile.
That's what that's this piece here. Yeah. And
But I mean, just use the holes for the
to
pot.
connect or
To
something?
connect them all together.
I thought about. I mean, what I usually do is just let them dry, and then grind it down and put them back into my mix of clay here that I have right here that I'm going to make another piece out of. So I have clay from last night from that piece right there.
Yeah.
So let me see if it's okay to work with. Because it was a little too wet last night. And
You might want to move the paper that's there. We go.
okay.
That we get the full view of you.
There we go. I can see myself here now. And I'll make a small piece here. Yeah, I can smell the clay itself, but then it's as it kind of ages in days or time, it starts to smell like a gassy smell.
Like what?
Like gas, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smells funky. You want to smell?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
I'll pass it over to him.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So it kind of, it's like maybe all the clay put together from time.
Yeah.
And,
You know what
but when you first mix it together, it smells good, like rain,
Yeah.
like the ozone. But now it just smells like gas.
Like gas. Human gas.
Yes.
You sure smell the dog gas. Because these dogs, there are times, oh boy. But you know what Thomas said is that he lets his clay age for like 3 months.
Oh,
he
yeah.
mixes it all together, and then he lets it age for 3 months, and then he pushes it together in blocks, and he lets those blocks sit. And what happens is the clay compacts itself, and then he turns it over and lets it compact in the other direction. And only after the clay is like 3 months old will he work with it, because he says it's much more elastic.
Yeah, when that kind of happens with this here, that's why it kind of smells too. It's time, I guess.
It's fermenting.
Yeah, and it's I guess the molecules of it kind of shrinking together, or getting kind of like like you said, elastic.
Elastic.
So we've had Diego Vilas do demonstrations here from Monte Ortiz, and Diego told us that what happens in his clay is it grows a kind of mold inside the clay, and that mold makes it very plastic and very stretchable and very elastic.
See, I'm still learning too.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, everybody's still learning.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to mention that because that is something that I did know from at least the clay from Monte Ortiz, is they let it ferment and grow effectively the mold in it, and that's when the clay is really good to use.
My cousin told me about that with her grandmother from Hopi, that they let it sit for months like that too. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. So.
Yeah, maybe that smell is a moldy smell instead of a gassy smell.
Probably, yes.
Or maybe it's the gas from the mold.
And then what I also have too is like clay that's set there in a bucket, but I let every settlement, the heavy stuff, fall to the bottom. So I forgot about it, and it dried up, so I got to check it out.
Yeah.
And redo it again and see what happens.
Now, was that your Pookie?
Yes. It's a very,
I love it.
I
mean, it could almost be a sake cup.
I don't have those, but I buy Asian pots. This is what this is.
Oh, here you go, made again in China. All those chopsticks that you use, and all those Asian cups.
I could be part Chinese or something.
There we go. Maybe in another life you were Chinese.
Probably. In Ming Dynasty time, maybe.
Yeah, there we go. They certainly made nice pots then.
Oh, yes. And that's what I look into design like that, and structure, and, old pieces. Because there's older pots that I have that I've had from way back when. What am I looking for? Because they're plastic. There you go. Okay, what I'm going to do is start from the beginning, like a little pancake.
Hubert, have you thought about investing in a new plastic bag?
I thought
you know that in some grocery stores they give them away.
Well, this is what this is right here.
Yeah.
One is what's his name? So Walmart. this here, I mean, I like the plastic that's aged because it doesn't, it's not like, this is Reynolds wrap here, but now it's just something that's, doesn't stick.
Yeah.
So that works, you know. So I'm making.
Are you making
pancake.
tortillas?
Yeah, tortillas.
Just like
there you
tortillas. That's the same way you make tortillas.
go. So I just make that here and then mold it into the piece here.
Now that's the same thing that Ruby did. But what Thomas did is he rolled out coils and he started making a spiral right from the beginning.
I've not done that, but I think I've seen something like that.
Well, you know, it's the same process. But what we're finding out is that there's lots of little nuances and variations in each one of the pueblos.
Like with mine, this is what I just taught myself, you know, trial and error.
And obviously, you make tortillas at home. I would hope. Do you like to cook?
Hmm.
Yes.
I used to make tortillas, but now that I moved home, my sister does that.
Oh, lucky
so
you.
she's a slave in the kitchen there. My sister, gosh.
How many sisters do you have?
I have 2 sisters. I have one that's the third in the family, and then the baby. Where did I take my paddle? My sister, Grish, she's more like where she takes care of family.
And she's the youngest one?
The third one. There's me, my brother, then her, and then my baby sister. I hope I brought my paddle. I think I showed it. Yeah, and my baby sister is more technical to where she works at a dental place.
Yeah, those 2 paddles that you had were
That's right here. I
in
found
the
it.
glass.
But she works at a dental office. And she's always done, you know, a computer and all that.
So tell us what you're doing there.
I'm smoothing out the center part of the pancake here that I formed into my bowl. And I'm trying to get get it more smooth inside, and if there's holes, I kind of patch it up since it's the base. So there's like 2 little indentions there. So what I do is like, I just fill it in. Kind of like rub it in there. And just do that there. I should have brought more clay. I brought clay to mix, but I think it'll be. Oh, what time is it?
It is 2:30.
Okay, I won't have
So
time.
we're going to go till about 4 o'clock, depending on what you're doing there.
Okay, I'm just going to form a piece here. And what I like to do is, it's not even here, so I just try to make it all even, just by smoothing out the piece. This may be a little holy pot too, because I haven't done the small ones in a while.
That's spelled H-O-L-E-Y or H-O-L-Y or W-H-O-L-L-Y. I mean, there's all kinds of holies.
Yeah, I've put that in my work. All the holies.
All the holies. And then, of course, around here, there's holy guacamole.
Or holy smokes. And then I also, the smaller pieces, I use the pinch pots method. Or I just poke my finger in the little pot or a piece of clay, and it's a pottery. So I do that once in a while.
I think Derek made a few of those when he was in elementary school. And guess what? I still have them.
Oh, I wish I still had mine, but they broke to pieces.
Now, do you keep any of the pots for yourself?
I have two pieces that I have. One is one I played with back then when I was learning how to polish. So I still have that piece. I had one where it was a red polish and the design, but I used it as a coin holder. And I had it in my car in the center console, and I stopped fast and it just rolled and cracked. Oh, I know. And I'm like, And another, I have my little pinch pots, and those are the mica. And then another that my dad stole from me. No. I know he had used it for his ceremonies to use as a paint holder. And it's all painted. Not really, but there's some specks of paint in there. But it still has the design.
Well, you know,
Some others. Yeah.
other potters that I know don't keep their own work. They may have a piece or two of their parents or grandparents, but they usually don't keep their
Original.
their own work. And oh, that's really kind of fun, isn't it?
Oh yeah, my little snake here.
Yeah, a little snake. Because, you know, Thomas and Ruby were rolling them out like, you know, you would, like flat on the table.
Like pastry.
Like pastry,
Yeah. So I just pinch this in and then kind of glue that together on its own.
That was simple.
And this one here is like, it's kind of uneven. It's always going to be like that all the time, you know. So I just smooth it out, bring it in.
And squeeze it. You have very nice long fingers.
I have skinny fingers.
Good, that's good. That way you can wear many more diamonds.
Oh, yes.
And the fat on your fingers doesn't get in the way.
Like right now, my fingers are starting to, you know, get to that point where I'm turning into a zombie.
One thing I thought was really interesting that Ruby said on the first day is that because the clay has a lot of temper in it, and she makes really big pots like Thomas does, but because the clay has a lot of temper in it, because she, you know, uses it so much that she doesn't have any fingerprints.
I've kind of noticed that, and when I try to push my, you know, my fingerprint on my phone, it doesn't take sometimes.
Oh, because they're worn away.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to get Ruby interested in robbing a bank because I figured that, you know, after the crime was committed and all the CSI people came by, they wouldn't find any fingerprints anywhere.
And then they'll say, Ruby was here.
Yeah. No, I told them they just should go just check out all the potters and the Pueblos because there are probably a few more that don't have any fingerprints.
It's one of those guys.
It's one of those guys, he's right.
It's a potter. Yeah. So I just smooth it out, and once I'm done with that, I kind of use that paddle to make it all even and pretty connected too. I mean, these are my small pieces. They're kind of, I think they're a lot harder to work with than the bigger pieces when I do my small pieces.
You know, people have said, why are these miniatures so expensive? I mean, just the slip of a finger and the whole thing is gone because they're so tiny. And one of our favorite miniature makers is Thomas Notzaway.
Oh, I love his work, yeah.
Oh, I love his work too. I mean, they're absolutely amazing. But he has these hands where his fingers are like big fat Vienna sausages. and how he's able to make those teeny, teeny, tiny pieces. It's absolutely amazing.
I've not seen his fingers, so
Yeah. And he has a little wooden box that's sort of the size of a pack of cigarettes. And he can keep his whole inventory in that box and tuck it in his shirt pocket. And, you know, he's ready to go to any show, anywhere. And all of his pots are all packed up right there in that little box
cute,
in his shirt pocket.
Nobody would know he has all his artwork with him.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And he doesn't have to use bubble paper and peanuts and cardboard boxes and all those other kinds of things. They're just right there, each one with like a quarter of a Kleenex around it in that little wooden box.
Or maybe in the matchbox, who knows?
Yeah. Oh, some of them would rattle around in the matchbox because they're so small.
I'm waiting for him to make a piece like what I do.
Oh, yeah.
One of my holy pieces.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that.
Well, I guess we should tell everyone what Thomas likes to do is he likes to make miniatures of mostly historic pieces, but every once in a while he'll do a contemporary piece, and you know they're less than an inch tall. And yeah, I think it would be great fun, but I don't know if the holes would be so small that you couldn't tell they were there. It would be like your drainage hole. It's part of your...
like this here. I showed him what I did, and he calls it a facet. Or what was it? A facet or a faucet?
Oh, a faucet strainer? The strainer in your faucet?
Which one? Oh, fixture.
Fixture, yeah. Like a shower fixture, maybe? I don't know. You know, the drain?
Yeah, great.
He makes optical lenses for
there we go.
laser beams, and he has a technical job.
Did you see what Derek's putting?
Oh no,
down
I didn't see. Oh, wow! There you go. That holy within the whole piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cute. Yeah.
And it's a lid.
Oh, it's
it has
a lid. Wow. See, something like that I want to put inside the
put
piece.
It in the camera?
That is tiny. Yes.
Tiny, tiny, tiny. And I can't imagine him working with those. He has really big hands.
Does he use a toothpick like that? Probably.
I have absolutely no idea how he does it. Well, that's part of the fun of this whole job is to find all those really wonderful quality pieces from all the various pueblos and to see, you know, what the variety is. It's amazing.
I'm sure there's a bunch out there or more, I should say, out there that I've not seen too, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're lucky here. We get to see it all.
That's why I take my time to look around in here too when I come in. I like looking.
And what's really fun is, you know, when you see a kid that's 7 years old who's making some of their first pieces, and then you see them 15 years later, and they're doing all this really great stuff.
Oh, that's awesome to, you know, have their older pieces from back then.
Yeah. Oh, and every once in a while, I remember getting a collection of pieces, and there was one small sort of lumpy piece, and there was a signature on it that looked like, you know, like a second grader who printed their name on the bottom, and it said Tammy Bortz. Tammy Bortz married Leroy Garcia and became Tammy Garcia.
Okay, wow.
And so Derek and I went over to Leroy Garcia and said, here, you need to have this. Because it was an early lumpy
Sorry?
piece of Tammy's, and it was probably something she did in the 2nd grade.
Wow.
And yeah, it was just great. And he was really, surprised and thrilled to have it.
And now she does awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
her
she
work
does,
is
her work is
exquisite.
awesome, is
Yeah.
right.
I love her pieces. And she's another girl that I like to, and she inspires me with her work too. Tammy. We sold over at the what was it called? Treasures?
Native Treasures?
Yeah, Native Treasures, yeah. But that didn't happen this year too.
No, lots of things didn't happen.
I was saddened by that too, and I wanted to do that.
That's usually a Memorial Day weekend.
I think I took a break for a while this summer from my clay, and
You didn't have a choice, did you?
Yeah, well, after a while, when they started going to say, okay, we're going to do this virtual, and then I'm glad you're also doing the virtual too, and I kind of drifted away just for almost a month, yeah. But I got back into it thinking like...
Well, artists are allowed to do that because their brains work differently.
Yeah. And I was like I brought a lot of stuff before I went out to the herd, and it was all here, all sold here.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I'm pushing myself even further, and I'm making more pieces, and I'm going to keep making more, and then this happens.
Yeah.
And I kind of just stopped for a while.
Yeah, well, it's really depressing that you don't have the freedom to live your life the way you want. But, what's the alternative? To get really sick and die? Or to infect someone else?
Yep. But what I'm also too is like, okay, this is something that's up there is putting onto us to make us realize, watch what you're doing, don't, slow down or something maybe, or, a lot of things. But...
So I just got a wonderful comment from Kevin. Kevin just said, I just wanted to say thanks to the Andrea Fisher Gallery for putting on such a great series, and especially Hubert, who is giving us such a good experience on seeing how a true artist works and creates.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
Yay. And you know who's having the most fun? We are.
It's not like just sitting at home and...
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is,
well, the whole idea was, we're sitting at the kitchen table, and you just happen to be this great potter that's making a pot, and the two of us are just chatting away.
Chatting and yakking away and just having fun.
Wearing our masks.
Yeah.
Social distancing. All we need, though, is, a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or something. That would make it perfect. Or drinking tea. That's what I've been drinking a lot more of. Tea. And I'm a tea drinker also. I like making sun tea.
Oh, I like my Indian tea.
Yeah. Well, tell people what Indian tea is. They don't, grind up an Indian and put them in a tea bag and then dunk them in the water.
This it's a plant that grows along the road or out in the prairies or out in the valley. It's kind of like a green stick, but it has little tiny leaves and a yellow flower at the tip. And so, what my mom's found out was she lets it dry as a stick. She doesn't roll it up like a little bun that they put on their head, like the Indians have a hairdo like that. She just lets it dry out, and then once it's all dry, she crumbles or just kind of pulls it like that off the stick, and that's just the tea leaves, and we just use it like you put it in a coffee pot and seep it through, and it's so good.
Yeah.
You don't have to put that whole stick in there. It's more the tea leaves where
And the flowers too.
Yeah. Flowers, she doesn't use the flowers.
She doesn't use the flowers.
I don't know. I wonder if she should try that too.
Well, I have some at home that's bundled together.
Uh-huh.
I did, you know, bundled in little bundles so that you can stick it in a teapot.
Like the buns of the hairstyle.
Chonga.
Yeah, chonga. There you go. Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, that.
This white girl has to remind you of Indian hairdos. We're in trouble.
But I always thought of myself with the chongo and see how long my hair can grow and wrap it up like that. But that tea's good, you know. I like the Indian tea. I bought me some.
Now, do you eat the beeweed, the spinach?
Oh yeah, that's
the wild
good.
Spinach?
Yeah.
Now, beeweed is a variety of spinach that grows wild here in New Mexico, and it's the common name is either honeyflowers or beeweed, and it's because the little purple flowers that it has, the bees really like them. And that plant is what you yank out of the ground and cook. And you cook it and cook it and cook it until it's sludge. And then you let it dry in the pot, usually, and break it into pieces because they become really dry and hard, kind of like peanut brittle. And when it's time to paint your pots, that's the source of the black paint, is this beeweed. And they're not the black pots that you see from Santa Clara and San Ildefonso, like Marvin and Francis are going to do on Saturday. But the beeweed is the black paint. And then what you do is you have a stone that you grind it on, like a Japanese ink stone. And you mix it with water, and you use your yucca brush, hopefully, because the yucca plant is the source of all sorts of sizes of brushes. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But then that black paint is that's put on the pot. And when fine lines, or when someone like Paula, like the pots that I showed you earlier, that Paula's going to be here, it's really amazing that you can do things so evenly because the beeweed is not homogenized. That mixture of the plant and the water, and so it's continually falling out of solution. And how you get an even color is really, really, really amazing. And the reason that it fires black is, you know, if you remember Popeye in the cartoons, he was always eating these cans of spinach to make himself strong, and it's because spinach has a lot of iron in it. And so when that beeweed is painted onto the pots, when it fires out black, and that's the source of the black. But the traditional brushes were made out of yucca plants. You know, yucca is a succulent that has sort of a fat leaf with a thorn at the end of it. They can be really dangerous sometimes. And it is very fibrous on the inside. And yucca is a great source. They made baskets out of it. They made sandals to wear out of the yucca fibers. But if you break a piece of the yucca plant off and you chew off the green mushy parts, you wind up with leftover fibers, and that's what they use for painting. Now, Rebecca Lucario and her family, who are, they're coming, next Tuesday? Next Tuesday, and she does this, both of them, both Amanda and Rebecca do this incredibly fine line work. And they use not only the beeweed, the wild spinach that grows here, which is edible, by the way, and a yucca brush. And what she can do with those simple materials is unbelievable. Oh, look how nice that pot is coming. Oh boy.
But
Is it gonna close, or is
it's going to close.
It's going to close?
Mhm.
Okay, good.
I'm just going to make this into a kind of like a seed pot
Uh-huh.
with a little hole inside.
Well, I'm glad you're going to finish that one up, because yesterday when Thomas was here, he told everyone he was going to make 3 pots. Well, he made half of one pot
Oh.
in 4 hours, because the 2 of us were just yakking away so much and having far too much fun that he only got as far as half a pot.
I mean, that one is happy. He likes to laugh, tease,
Oh, yeah.
and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Thomas. Did Jennifer come up with him too?
No, oh, she didn't. I hope they're back together again.
Oh,
Yeah, things were good and bad. He was really missing the boat because she's great.
She makes me laugh.
Really great. And they're so really nice together. They're great together. So
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a long time, both. And Jennifer, sure it's been a long time. I haven't seen her since last year, I guess.
Wow. Well, Thomas's daughter is in the National Guard, and his son-in-law is in the Air Force, and her son-in-law was stationed somewhere, and then his daughter was deployed to Poland, which for the National Guard, and I don't quite understand what the National Guard does in Poland, but he never went into that. But they have a 6-year-old daughter, Thomas's granddaughter. And if you can imagine Thomas and the 6-year-old together, I mean, they had a whole lot in common, that's for sure. And it was so funny about asking Thomas about the 6-year-old and homeschooling, because he was the caretaker while the daughter was being deployed, and the father was off in the Air Force, of what kind of homeschooling was going on there. And Thomas was so funny, I mean, and he was so straightforward, and he said, "She's teaching me everything."
Oh, no. I think I've seen the little granddaughter there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even recognize Thomas. He was busy. What was he doing? Something with his pottery. But I didn't even recognize him.
Wow. Well, that's another thing that's a great loss at Indian Market.
Yeah.
I mean, not only the income of people who really could use it, but the fact that it's a big social gathering for all the Native Americans, because there are friends that they have and family members that they only see once a year. And now that is not possible.
It's not the same anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be, I thought this year was going to be the 100th birthday of
For
Indian
market?
Market.
I thought
it was 1920.
Oh, I thought I was thinking next year already or something.
Yeah. But maybe it's next year. Well, it doesn't matter. They can just call it whatever they want. It's 100 years.
Yep.
Let's celebrate.
It's just been a long time.
Yeah.
I think it is this year. I don't know. No, it's the 99? Yeah.
Well, hopefully 100 will be back to normal.
Yes, I hope
wouldn't
so
that
too.
be nice? That'd be just great.
Like in the 20s back then, they said they came through. I mean, something like this happened back then, and everybody came through it, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it was interesting because right after the last flu pandemic is when Indian market started.
Oh, wow. After the raging 20s.
Yep, after the, oh, that's the Roaring 20s.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
Roaring
the Roaring
20s.
20s, you know, came out of the last pandemic. And the pandemic is virtually what stopped the First World War. And the Roaring 20s, and, you know, women cut off their dresses and wore short skirts, and they cut off their hair and had all these wonderful bobs, and there was all kinds of things with women's rights, and all kinds of wonderful inventions and technologies came out of that age. So hopefully, when this is over, the same thing is going to happen to us. I mean, it could be really something quite fascinating and wonderful. Let's hope
A lot
so.
of new things, yes.
Yeah, a lot of new things, because everybody's stewing at home, and you know, you may as well use this time to, you know, make something really happen.
Yeah.
But you know, those first Indian markets, they were held up at the Palace of the Governors up on the plaza, and it was just like right under the portal, the whole thing. That's all there was, and they gave awards, and you know, there were a bunch of white guys that had a bunch of ribbons made up, and they would just walk along the walkway there, and all the native people that were participating were sitting on blankets on the curb with their wares out in front, and you know, the white guys that were there with like the director of the museum, because they're the ones who really started Indian market, they would say, oh, look, that's really nice. Should we give it a blue ribbon? And the other one would say, oh, yeah, I think so. And they'd take the blue ribbon off and hand it to them. And if they had a couple of really nice pieces of pottery, they might get 2 or 3 blue ribbons.
Wow.
But now, you know, there are categories and subcategories and divisions and best in show and all that other kind of stuff, much more formalized than before, when, you know, 2 guys said, hey, we like that, here's a ribbon.
Have you guys got into that, to the judging and ribbon giving? And
I go in
with the market?
When I can, I go and see the judging and what the prize winners are. But, you know, for years I was asked to be a judge, and I said no every single time. And the reason that I said no is because the entries are supposed to be anonymous. Well, if I don't know who made the piece, then I shouldn't be in this business. And I really don't believe that anyone should judge if they
already know who it might be.
Yeah, it's a conflict of interest, because, you know, if I carry that person's work, and I judged once at 8 Northern, and I heard someone behind me say, oh, we can't give them a ribbon, I don't carry them in my gallery.
Oh, okay.
And that was the end of my judging experience right there. I said I would never, ever go back again, because that's not what it's supposed to be about. So I don't judge, but it's really fun to look. And, you know, there are a couple potters whose work is sort of carried exclusively, and they tend to win ribbons every year. And granted, the work is really, really good, but they tend to win ribbons every year, and it tends to be the same judge that gives them out. So, like, you know, what's going on in this country, the politics and the offices are being mixed up. And the same thing was what I viewed at Indian Market, was that the judges and the awards were being a little mixed up. So I don't do it. But I celebrate those people that win, and I'm happy that they win. And Lord knows, so many of them are so deserving. And I love to go over and
what about
see.
the artists? Do they get to judge sometimes? or do they have a judging thing
Yeah,
for artists?
I've seen a few artists judging recently, but they're not judging in the category in which they might be entering. So if you're a potter, you might judge beadwork, or you might judge embroidery, or you might judge sculpture, but not the media that you work in.
Yeah, I think it should be like no one that does what you do.
Yeah. And it should also be no one that sells what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it should probably be the city of Santa Fe, somebody that works in the, or somebody
Or how about people who are involved in museums?
Yeah,
that are really familiar with the material and what constitutes quality. And, that makes sense to me completely. Or, there are a few people that do repairs and restorations and who are really, really familiar with the material. That they make good judges, because then there is no conflict of interest.
That'd be better too. Or like maybe the governor of New Mexico.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's ever happened. Or somebody.
Well, our governor, she's just a little peewee. She's short as can be.
I have not seen her, so I don't.
Oh yeah. I think she
friend.
might be 5 foot tall with her heels on, but boy, she's a little dynamo, which is great.
I like her raspy voice. That's what I like.
Her raspy voice too. And there's been lots of rumors and talk about her being involved in the Democratic candidacy for president, but she keeps saying she wants to stay in New Mexico. So let's hope she does, because she has served us well. And
when she first broadcasted for COVA, I've seen her artwork that she has behind her. And she's a collector of artwork.
Well, that the state of New Mexico owns all these museums, or I don't know if they own them, they are the keepers of the museum. And if you live in the governor's mansion, you can go into the basements of all the museums and pick and choose, and they become decorations within the governor's mansion. And then after the term is over, all the things go back to the museum, and the next governor that comes along sort of picks out what they would like.
Wow, I wish I had a collection like that.
Yeah. Well, then you got to go back to your own house.
Yeah, afterwards.
Yeah, and see those, rock posters from the 70s.
The psychedelic painting drawings.
Yeah, right, where the ends are all curled and split at home. Because it has 14 million pieces of masking tape on the back.
I think I still have my posters from back then.
Well, that pot is really looking nice, Hubert.
I don't think I have enough clay to even get to close it in, but I'll try. Let me see. I think it will close in if I keep playing with it. And then I'll say, ta-da! It's closing time. For the close this hole in the pot. So he didn't make 3 pots then.
He didn't make a half a pot. But he talked up a storm, which was really fun. Thomas is great. He has a great sense of humor. He's a real character.
Well,
And the stories he told about, his trial and error, the time he set himself on fire.
Oh, I got you a story too. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I think we all went through something like that.
What's your favorite stories about when you were learning?
Oh, well, that one time at band camp, okay.
Band camp, yeah.
No, but I was learning how to fire, and I used the oven, the hornos, they call, what we call them, horena, where they bake the bread outside.
Yeah.
And I put my work in there, and I piled it up, and it didn't want to start. So what I used was kerosene oil, or what was it? Not kerosene, but for charcoal lighter fluid. Or something like that. I think it was charcoal lighter fluid, or maybe kerosene, who knows. But right when I went to go light it, I guess all the fumes are all stuck inside the oven, and it just blew up on me. Luckily, I was sweating, and nothing burned but the singe of my hair right here around my face. I mean, my hair kind of burned, but luckily I was sweating hard. Oh my gosh! I just went back real fast like that, and I was like, caught my breath, and I was like, oh my gosh, I almost killed myself.
Did you get in trouble for that one?
Nobody knew anything. No, I was doing this on myself. So I would have had to be lying there all burnt up.
I witnessed a firing from Santa Clara where they did a reduction firing so that the pots turned black, and they smothered the fire with dry manure, and that manure on the inside of the fire, I mean, it's dried, not wet, but the manure on the inside of the fire, it catches fire, and when that burns, it sucks the oxygen out of the clay body, and that's what causes the pots to turn black. It's a chemical reaction that takes place because of the chemical content of the clay at San Ildefonso and Santa Clara Pueblos. But burning cow pies, I swear I smelled like burning cow pies for a month. Oh man alive, you just couldn't get that smell out of your hair. It was really, really fun. So what else happened to you, Hubert? What else happened to you in your trial and error other than, blowing up?
Pretty much just that right there. Oh my gosh, that's the only thing that really freaks me out with how I started playing with the clay here and the techniques. Nothing really, just that.
Yeah, just that. Oh, well.
Because I didn't do it again, so.
Well, that's the definition of someone that's really smart. They just don't do it again.
Yes.
Whatever it is.
Anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to, I ran out of clay, but what I'm trying to do is close it in. It's working with the thickness of the piece here. So this time it may close in.
Well, if both ends are closed, doesn't it take it longer for it to dry because there's no air circulation?
There's no air going through.
Yeah.
And then it'll be wrapped up really good because I want to work on this when I get home.
But if you, well, that's good. You'll have another pot. But you're going to cut a hole in that top anyway.
Yeah, I had to put a little hole in there, just a little, punch it with a little toothpick. Just to let the air out. If it does get hot while I take it home, the air will come out of that hole. If I don't do that,
then the air expands.
Yeah, then it'll just make a seam where I attached it to when I was coiling. It'll open up right there if I don't do that.
Well, that's the one of the problems with having air bubbles in your clay, because the air that is trapped in that air bubble will heat faster than the clay body heats while it's firing, and
then it blows.
When the air heats, it expands, and it's sort of the way popcorn works. So those air bubbles can cause your pot to crack or to have a chunk break off, to pop, or to literally explode. And if you're firing a bunch of pots at the same time, not only can it be destroyed, but it can take out everything else around it. And since you do everything before the firing takes place, you know, you lose everything, everything.
I think that's the reason too for me not to do a lot of pieces too all at once.
Yeah.
When I fire, I do one piece at a time.
Wow. Well, and also you don't need a very big kiln, and it isn't sucking up that much electricity.
Yeah. It takes about 2 hours for the firing, but I'm thinking like the thing is spinning around real fast, the meter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your gas meter taking off the dollars, the kilowatt hours.
Ching ching.
But now, how long does it take for your kiln to cool down?
About 2 to 4 hours.
Yeah. So if you fire in the evening, you just let it sit there overnight?
Overnight, yes.
But you're up overnight.
Yeah. And I want to look in there and see if it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's one, I mean, it's really tricky to fire outside because you can't stick a thermometer in there and like you have a temperature gauge like you have on an electric kiln, and it's 1200 degrees or 1800 degrees or whatever it is. You'd have to be able to look into that fire and know what the temperature is. And learning that part of it is very, very difficult.
And the thing is, you really can't look into a kiln. It's just like looking at the sun.
Yeah.
It'll hurt your eyes.
Yeah. Well, that's why you probably
have to
rely on
outdoor fire, maybe. But
I'd
the thing
rely on
is,
a temperature gauge.
But the thing is, like, I have like a little hole that you're not to even look into. It's just to kind of keep the air from flowing.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. You're not supposed to
No.
look into that. You might burn your eyes out, yeah, but just staring at it's radiation that you're looking at from the heat. There.
Nice. Yay!
Yeah, I finished one.
Bravo!
There goes my neck.
Was that your neck we heard?
What's the hardest part about making pots?
Sanding, I think. Sanding. It's
And how do you care for your hands? Because clay tends to dry out your hands.
just a lot of lotion, I guess, or I don't know. I just wash my hands, and after I'm done, every time I have clay like this, I always go outside and wash, not inside the house because it'll collect in your drain.
Oh yeah.
For a while, my hands are rough, but I don't think about it. I just put my lotion on and, just another usual day, yeah.
Another usual day.
Yeah, playing in the clay.
Yeah, dry hands and no fingerprints.
I've noticed that with the tips, especially
Yeah.
like right there. But I flipped my pot here and I'm smoothing the bottom. And I think I may press inward still to give it more of a saucer shape. Are you getting tired?
Are you getting tired? Yeah, I bet you are yakking away for how many hours now?
Usually I'm just quiet and
Yeah.
listening to my music.
Well, I get to do it 5 days a week.
But
Yay!
this is fun, yes. As you can hear, my voice is going slowly away.
I turned you up, you can't tell.
Okay. I'll just whisper.
Well, we should have
Okay.
a last call for questions?
Yep, probably.
Yeah.
I'm done here, but I need
Yeah.
to poke that little hole at the top.
If there's a
But
last
still.
call for questions, that would be just great, because I think we're going to pretty much call it a day. Hubert's done. Hubert has cut holes, he has sanded, he's made a pot. Hallelujah.
Sanded, made a pot, coiled, cut the circles out.
Ate lunch.
and showed the other pieces up there. Other pieces right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now put a hole there and close up.
That's the vent, huh?
And then wrap it up.
And now you have a holy pot.
Yes.
Yes.
Or a seed pot. If I don't put more holes in there.
Well, you know, the seed pots, I mean, the one that I showed you earlier of Robert Casseros has a big hole in it, but all the seed pots have holes in them, and they're not to put seeds in and out of. You know, people look at those little holes and say, oh, what kind of little seeds do they put in there? But, you know, the main diet was corn and beans and squash, and those seeds are they can be a fairly decent size. And the hole is to let the air escape during the firing because, like I said before, when the air heats faster than the clay body and it expands, and so if you have a hole in the pot, sometimes it's very obvious, sometimes it's accentuated, sometimes it's hidden somewhere in the design in the seed pot, but for the most part, it's just there to let the air escape.
Well, we want to thank Hubert for coming.
Oh, Hubert, thank you, honey. You're the best. Yay, this is...
I always have fun every time I come up here, too.
Good, good. Yeah, it was really a pleasure. Thank you for all your time. I know that this is an unusual time, and here we are with our face masks off, and now you've got to see if you can talk your way back into to San Felipe. Now that you've been out all day, they're going to wonder where you've been. But, you know, it was a joy and a pleasure, and it was wonderful to see you work. And like that one person wrote in, it's wonderful to see a great artist at work. Thanks.
And we got a nice thank you as well. What an amazing day. We got to meet Hubert briefly on our last visit, and he took home a big holy pot with the mini holy pot. It still seems like magic. It's one of my favorite techniques, and such a gift to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very much,
nice.
everyone.
Yeah, great, Hubert. Thank you.
Well, we are going to...
If I can get up.
give me 1 second.
I can't get up.
Yeah?
Just talk about tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, don't forget tomorrow, we start at 11 o'clock. We're having Robert Casseros. This is one of his pieces of work, of Robert Casseros. And the other person, is Paula Estevan from Pueblo, and this is her beautiful work. And they're lots of fun too. It starts at 11 o'clock. We'll go as long as we can. I think we're scheduled till 4 or 5, but we might, you know, it's New Mexico. We'll end when we're supposed to. And thank you all again for watching us, and we look forward to seeing you